We are good. If I could ask everyone to please rise for the pledges and the invocation. We have Eli Pettis with the Bridgeway Church going to do the invocation this morning. And please silence your phones. And if you have phones on, please. Thank you. And Mr. Pettis, whenever you're ready.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today to lift up our county leaders, Judge Connie Scott, and all those in position of authority. Thank you for the calling on their lives and the heavy responsibilities they carry to serve our community. Lord, grant our county commissioners, executives, and staff the wisdom to manage resources effectively and insight into the real needs of the people. Give them the grace to work together, putting aside personal ambition to make decisions that promote peace, safety, and prosperity in our county. Father, we pray that you will fill our judge with a spirit of wisdom, discernment, and understanding. Bless her with the courage to apply the law fairly, resisting bias or corruption. May she balance justice with mercy, protecting the vulnerable and upholding truth in every case. Protect these leaders and their families from harm, discouragement, and burnout. Surround them with the honest counselors and grant them peace in their personal lives so they may lead with clear minds and compassionate hearts. Guide their hearts and their hands, Lord, and help them to lead with integrity, humility, and honor. In the name which is above every name, the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. It is Wednesday, July 1st, and we are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. We have all commissioners and the county judge present. It is 10:06, and I call this meeting to order. Do we have any announcements on disclosures of conflicts of interest? There being none, you can also state so if you an item comes up and you failed to do so. Item E, adopt the following resolutions and proclamations or orders. Number 1 today is a great honor in recognition of the 40th anniversary of the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi. Emily is going to read that one.
The Veterans Band of Corpus Christi is a nonprofit organization composed of military veterans from all branches of the U.S. Armed Forces. Each member volunteers their time to honor veterans, active duty service members, and their families through music and ceremonial support. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi. Whereas, under the long-time leadership of Ramiro Ram Chavez, the band has become a fixture at Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Purple Heart Day, military retirements, change of command ceremonies, funerals, and patriotic events throughout South Texas. The band has performed not only across the coastal bend, but also in Houston, Dallas, the Rio Grande Valley, Washington, D.C., and Pearl Harbor, including events connected to the decommissioning of the USS City of Corpus Christi submarine. Whereas, the group's mission is to honor and pay tribute to American veterans, promote patriotism, and enhance the dignity of military and civic ceremonies. In addition to the musical band, members have organized color guard, honor guard, and ceremonial support units that participate in community and veteran-related events year-round. Whereas, beyond performances, the Veterans Band is known for its community outreach. Members visit homebound veterans throughout the coastal bend to ensure they are recognized and remembered for their service. The organization continues to support local veteran causes and collaborate with numerous veteran service organizations throughout the region. Whereas, today, the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi remains one of the most recognizable veteran volunteer organizations in South Texas, dedicated to preserving military traditions, honoring those who served, and inspiring patriotism through music. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court in Nueces County recognizes the 40th anniversary of the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and several seconds, and everything else. We're very honored for you to be here today. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously, and I am sure there's going to be many people who want to speak, but Ram, would you like a few words? Would you like to go to the podium and speak first? Yes. We want to thank you again for this morning's event and how much you do for the county all the time, every time we
Can we
ask.
bring him up? Is he, why don't we bring him?
We have a
down?
microphone right here. Why don't we bring this to you?
Yeah, let him, he can sit.
You can sit down.
You want to sit so we can bring it to you?
Testing? Yes. Why don't you sit down? We've never had to
Thank
use
you.
that. Thank you
Thank
for
you, Ron.
reminding me,
Well,
Commissioner Chesney.
Honorable Judge Scott and honorable commissioners, you have always been here for us in many capacities. And I've seen some of you born. We were already in existence before you were born. You all look much younger. And of course, Commissioner Chesney is an honorary director. You have to come to practice 10 nights, 10 Wednesdays. He came 12. No, he was able to, of course, with your support, to get us a grant 2 years ago that provided winter jackets, winter clothing, ponchos, equipment for the Veterans Band. And I'll make it short, but we're here 40 years. I'd like to ask all the members to come forward, because every one of them, doesn't matter if they've been in the band 1 year or 40. We have a couple of 40 years.
Wow.
Not just me. They have all contributed to the success of the band. It doesn't matter if it's 1 year or 40 years. Because together we have done many good things and many right things. Because if we hadn't, we wouldn't have lasted 30 minutes. And we're here because of the support that you and this community has given us. We're not entertainers. We come to honor our military, our veterans, and our communities. And we hope that you will continue doing so, because we will continue doing as many good things as we can, and we will continue doing them right and for the right reasons. Now, I never look back, because I feel that these men and women follow, and I never worry. If I was a weak leader, I would have to look back and see who's behind me. But I don't, because I can hear them setting up. I can hear them moving. I can hear them marching. And I appreciate each and every one of them. And I want to also recognize Mr. Jacob Torres. Trained him a year ago in advance, not knowing that. And I want to apologize. Unfortunately, I had a Merkel cancer break my left arm. The tumor grew so big, and they operated me on my right leg, another one, and I got a treatment on another one on the upper leg. So that's the reason I'm having trouble standing and walking. But my mind is still sharp, and we're good to go again. So thank you for this wonderful recognition, and from the bottom of our hearts, very humbly, with respect for each one of you, you're welcome to come on Wednesday nights and start your 10 rehearsal. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, may we take a photo with you?
Yes, absolutely. I assume there are some speeches that are going to be said about you guys as well before we do that, if you don't mind. Yes.
Judge,
Would you like for us to stand in front of you?
What, hold on, we want to
So
talk,
if
we
you
want
need
to talk
to
to you.
sit
That's why we want you to get
Okay.
up too quick. So we want to tell you how great you are, if that's okay.
Well, the men and women behind me. Otherwise,
You as collective, no question about it. Is it
do you know it was organized for only 30 days? And after the 4th of July parade in 1986, someone said, Ram, are we going to have practice Wednesday? I said, well, I was a band director at high school. Let's see who shows up. And here they are 40 years. And all we do is give them a schedule, what uniform, what time, where to be, and they're there. That's it.
Well, Ram, I know everybody's going to want to talk, and we just want to say, or I just want to say, and I think we're all going to be on the same page on this one, that we're so appreciative as a community for what all of you do. From the bottom of our hearts, we just don't even have to think twice when we need someone to come and do what you do, we know you're going to be there. And that's the greatest testament to all of you. And it's a collective. We don't just look at Ram and think it's all him. We know it's each and every one of you that makes this up. We know that it's all of you that play such a key role in this, and you're such an inspiration in this community. And to be able to just take a little bit of time in recognizing you and the good that all of you do in this community is something that I think we as a society should do more of. We see a lot of negativity in this world and a lot of negativity on the news, and seems to fill up our social media. But you all represent the best of us. You all represent the best of this community. And it is a great honor to be a participant in honoring you. I wear this jacket proudly, being an honorary director. It's just what all of you do is amazing. And you have a great leader, but you are great people, and all of you have led in your lives, and we know that. And to be able to put that aside and come together as a collective and do what you do, it's amazing. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I know from all of the citizens of Nueces County, we are grateful.
You're most welcome for those kind, warm words. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you, Ram, and to the rest of the members, brothers and sisters, veterans. Thank you for always being there, especially when you go to Bishop. I know you've been there twice already, and I really appreciate that, picking up your bags and traveling to Bishop, a little ways down, but you're there. And you do 100%. I don't think I ever asked for, or we have ever asked for y'all to perform somewhere you have said no. Except for one time when you're in Washington, D.C. And you couldn't help that one, right? But, I just want to say you guys represent all, you are the veterans. You are the represent every armed force that we have. You represent them, and you present them proudly. And it's an honor for us that are veterans to say, the Veterans Band has always been there for me and they'll always be there for you. So I thank everyone in the Veterans Band for supporting the band, for supporting RAM, for supporting the community. Thank you for everything you do, and God bless you.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thank you,
Pesley?
Commissioner. We enjoy going to Bishop and playing at the park, always.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Pesley, do you want to?
I do. Thank you, Judge. Well, listen, what you all do for this community is absolutely wonderful. Thank you, and ditto to the comments that the other commissioners have made. I just can't thank you enough for the time and work that you put into the presentations that you do and the practices and all that. So thank you very, very much. And Ram, on a personal note, I want to thank you personally. Ram and I are both battling bucks, and once a buck, always a buck.
Tell me in too, Judge.
But I think there's probably other members here that are battling bucks as well. But I want to thank you, Ram, for the time that you take to recognize the men and women who have served this country, many of who have given their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice for their country, especially those who served in Vietnam, as you did. And I sincerely appreciate that. It goes without saying that their recognition is very important. Of the 99 young boys that gave their lives in the Vietnam War, a great number of them went to Roy Miller High School, were personal friends of yours and mine, and thank you for taking the time to recognize them. So God bless each and every one of you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. The words touch our hearts because we understand exactly what we're talking about.
My biggest memory of the Veterans Band is during the presidential inauguration. That was a big deal. And I remember the entire community, Coastal Bend, was excited for you and for us because we, through you, got to participate. And long before Veterans Cemetery, you brought dignity to lowly grave sites at Rose Hill, Seaside, and others. And now we know you spend many of your time there at our Coastal Bend Veterans Cemetery. But still, there's never a call that you don't answer, and you participate and end that member of the military's final part on this earth with dignity and a salute. And I thank you all for that, because you know how special that is to that veteran and to their families. So thank you for all you do. Thank you.
It's been a joy. He's talking about 1980 89, we had 30 days to raise the funds, and we were able to raise the funds in 30 days and even charter an airplane so all the members could only ask for 1 day off and all the equipment together. So the community was awesome. Matter of fact, Chief Alvarez called me and says, Ram, do this again because the crime was down. Everybody was wondering we're going to make it, and we made it.
Well, I also want to say, I know I've talked about you in the past, and I talked about y'all downstairs just a little bit this morning, but thank you. Thank you so much for your service, for not only your service to when in the military, to protecting our freedoms and what we were celebrating a little bit of today, but you came back and you dedicated that service to our community as well, and that is so commendable. We are truly blessed to have you in our community, and we honor you today, and we're very thankful for it and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you,
And we
Honor.
want to do a quick
Your Honor, thank you, and I want to compliment your husband, a fellow
the
Vietnam
Marine.
veteran. He was the first one to come and greet me, and he jumped from his chair.
He
I was so
doesn't jump
impressed.
very well anymore, though.
I wish I could jump like him.
He wasn't doing too good either.
Before we close, we're going to do something. Here we go. Mike, you ready? 1, after 2, ladies and gentlemen, and it's in 3, 4. 1, 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nancy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
Pretty cool.
Well, thank you.
Now we would
Hey,
like
Ram,
to do a
could
picture.
Ram, could you do something about his birthday jacket? Because we need to turn that thing off.
He came over and suggested, Ram, you got to try a uniform like this.
I told him, keep it on, it's perfect. But we want to take a picture with you guys. Is it
all
easier
right.
for us to come down there that way? or
Whatever you want.
Turn around this way?
Yeah,
Is that
that'd be
okay?
Okay, come on, guys.
However you want to do it.
Yeah, use the lift. Well, it's the 8th actually, but we're close.
Are you guys ready? You're fine, you're fine. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Good. Move down just a little bit, yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you, sir.
Got it. Hang it.
You will get it to them. That's easy. We have your proclamation or resolution. I'm sorry, we were missing a couple of signatures, but we know where to find you guys, and we will get it to you. Yes.
Well, Your Honor, they pretty much made my day. It's very
That's pretty
special
awesome.
to have your happy birthday sung to you by the Veterans Band, so it was
Exactly.
really a tremendous honor.
Yeah. Just that. Thank you. I'm the only one in black. Oh, well.
That's okay.
That's all right.
Okay, I think we are ready now. Moving on to item 2, in recognition of Juan J.J. de la Cerda receiving the annual Top Performer Award at the 2026 statewide Texas Veterans Commission Claims Conference. And Blake is going to read that one. Yes.
Thank you. Whereas Mr. Juan de la Cerda, County Veteran Service Officer for Nueces County, has demonstrated exceptional commitment, compassion, and professionalism in advocating for veterans and their families throughout our community. And whereas during the 2026 Texas Veterans Commission Claims Conference, Mr. de la Cerda was selected to receive the prestigious annual Top Performer Award, an honor presented in recognition of outstanding dedication to Texas veterans and consistently exceeding the standards among peers. And whereas the Texas Veterans Commission leadership selects only one county veteran service officer from among all 254 counties in the state of Texas, representing approximately 404 county veteran service officers and assistant county veteran service officers statewide. And whereas this distinguished recognition reflects Mr. de la Cerda's unwavering dedication to ensuring that the veterans and their families receive the benefits, resources, and support they have earned through their service and sacrifice. Whereas through his leadership, expertise, and steadfast commitment to excellence, Mr. de la Cerda has brought great honor to Nueces County and has positively impacted the lives of countless veterans within our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, do hereby recognize and commend Juan de la Cerda for receiving the 2026 Texas Veterans Commission Annual Top Performer Award and extends its sincere gratitude and appreciation for his exemplary service to the veterans of Nueces County and the state of Texas. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this, the first day of July, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And JJ, you can have the microphone, but until you get there, I just want to say I happened upon this on social media, and JJ did not want us to recognize him. I told him it was too important of an award, and throughout the state, when you just heard, this is a pretty large recognition throughout the state and the service that he gives to our community and our veterans, and we are happy to honor you today.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I really appreciate the recognition. It's really because of your leadership that we lead the state of Texas, the best office, the best VSO office in the state of Texas. And hopefully we can take that to the national level here pretty soon. But it's really because of your leadership. Thank you for always supporting veterans and their families. We couldn't do it without the support of our leadership. But we have a very patriotic community here. Veteran community is always welcoming and willing to lend a hand, just like the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi. But we thank the veteran community. But more importantly, I want to thank our staff. We have an amazing staff, our Veterans and Social Services staff, Veterans Cemetery. We're the only veteran service office in the nation to operate and manage a veteran cemetery. So that's kind of what sets us apart from everybody else. But I want to thank our staff because this one's dedicated to them. Thank you.
Great job. Does anyone else wish to make any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say, JJ, thank you very much. I've in my tenure on the court here, I've had the opportunity to see 3 different people come through in your job, and you have done an exemplary job taking over a position that you have now, and you do us great honor in this county, so thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Also, I want to echo what Commissioner Pusley said. Before, we used to get a lot of calls and complaints about our veterans officer, and we had to do away with it for a while. But I tell you what, I haven't had any complaints since you've been here.
Thank you,
I
sir.
got a lot of good accolades for what you do and go above and beyond to help those, not only employees, but other people in the community. And anytime somebody has a complaint, I just refer them to you. I say,
We'll take care of them, sir.
Talk to JJ. So.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, I want to thank you for everything you've done, everything your staff has done, because I think it's you and your staff that really make things happen.
Thank you,
I
sir.
know it's you, the leader, but I think your staff really really shines also.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for the privilege, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you again for this morning and organizing that and putting it together, and it flowed very smoothly, and we appreciate you and all your efforts and everything you do for the county on a day-to-day basis. Yes.
An honor, ma'am. Thank you.
Now you have to do a picture. You don't
Have
get
to do a
leave.
picture. Guess we can all go down.
Yes, it's all him. Yes. You okay?
It's about JJ. Danny,
Okay. Moving on to item F, public comment. We just have one person signed up today, Trey Cranford. You are up. If you will just state your name, we can't speak back, but you have 3 minutes.
Got to put on my glasses. Good morning. My name is Trey Cranford, and I've been asked to give some critical information on some of the water
Take the
planning.
mic up, Trey. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Trey Cranford, I've been asked to give some critical information on some of the water planning that's going on. Every 5 years, the regional water planning groups across the state of Texas are tasked with giving a 50-year water plan. And within that, we have some different goals that are adopted during that. On September 11th, the Regional Water Planning Group adopted some desired future conditions for groundwater that included 6,787 acre feet and 26 foot of drawdown as their goals for the entirety of Nueces County. So as soon as that happens, it kind of starts off the clock and we move forward. Within that, the groundwater management areas are all tasked with giving the future DFCs for the next upcoming 5-year plan. Within that, at that meeting, it was adopted, the adoption was 6,787 acre feet and 26 foot of drawdown. At that point in time, the city of Corpus Christi had asked for a variance to be coming forward. So moving forward, the GMA 16, which extends from Tilden down to the valley, is tasked with coming up with their part of the plan for groundwater. Under that, the DFCs were started in late fall last year. Intera is a consulting firm that was hired to be able to help adopt those plans. Went through several different scenarios, including all the new water development that's going on, and finally ended up on a scenario 4 that included 35,000 acre feet of water for the CCS ARCD district, which is the city employee-led group that is now permitting for the city in their city wells. Outside the district is considered non-district Nueces County. They were allotted 10,000 acre feet per year, while the CCS ARCD was allotted 35,000 acre feet per year. Currently, where we're at is we're in a public comment portion of that. And what I wanted to bring to you today was the fact that just within the CCS ARCD, the only operator that's there is the city of Corpus Christi. They've got 35,000 acre feet, whereas everybody else in Nueces County will only have 10,000 acre feet. So how does this affect us moving forward? Any industry that comes in, any of the ESDs, any of the healthcare providers that are looking at groundwater, they will only have about 9 million gallons per day that they have to split up amongst all of them, whereas the city wells will have 31 million gallons per day. So this will be locked in for a 5-year period. We won't revisit this until 32. And so I needed to bring it to your attention that this is actually what's going on. So if we have any future growth within the county, it's going to be hard to be able to grow using groundwater. Ultimately, that worked out to about 77.8% for the city's wells and only 22% for the rest of the entire county. I know this is a lot of information. Thank you to Peyton for passing out the slides. I'm available for any questions if you have them moving forward, and y'all pretty much know how to reach me. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Trey. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on public comment that did not have the opportunity to sign in? Then we will move right along. We are on item G, board appointments. The first one we have is the South Texas Water Authority.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I noticed that on the board appointments for both the South Texas Water Authority and Nueces County Child Welfare Board, this is our second run of this. We had one person apply for each of those. I'd like to make a motion to approve those two applicants.
We have a motion and a second to appoint the one person on each of those boards that applied for appointment. Is there any other discussion?
Judge, I'll just be abstaining
You'll
on the
have to
appointment to
abstain.
the South Texas Water
Yes.
Authority, but we'll vote for the other appointment, yes.
Okay. All those
Do I
in
need to
favor,
make that motion
maybe let's
separate?
separate them so
Okay,
he
then
doesn't
I'll make
have
a
to worry
motion
about.
to approve the applicant for the South Texas Water Authority, which is, I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
Patsy Rogers.
One.
Patsy Rogers,
Kathy Rogers. Patsy Rogers, I'm sorry.
yes. And Commissioner, do you still second that motion? Yes. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
One abstain, and the rest.
Then I would make a motion to approve the appointment of
Angelica Garcia.
Angelica Garcia.
Angelica Garcia. Is that for
Yes.
Second.
Nueces County Child Welfare Board?
Right.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We also on the Child Welfare Board, though, we need a motion to reopen because we had another resignation. So we're going to have to open this one back up for another appointment.
So moved.
Yeah.
Oh.
Till July 7th, reopen till July 17th, I have in my notes for the remaining positions. Yeah, and Commissioner Pusley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item number 2, the consent agenda. Does any commissioner have any item in the consent agenda they wish to pull for further discussion?
I just have a question.
We'll
Number-
pull it if you give me the number, which one?
What I was going to say, I got a question number O. O, to me, is the same item as the agenda, item number 2, right? I don't know.
I think they're two different things, but we'll pull it and discuss it. in
Okay.
there. Yes. One is for
Say the
the
same
library
thing.
and one is for, I think, the county attorney's office. Correct?
Your Honor, I need to pull and table item J, please.
Jay,
Yes.
you have the
Motion to table, or
Motion.
second, I second his motion to table
second,
J.
his table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is tabled, I assume, till you bring it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Any other items?
Judge, make a motion to pass consent agenda 2A through V, other than J and O.
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item O, your question, I believe, Commissioner Gonzalez, Thomas Reuters, there is one that's for the law library that is separate from the county attorney's offices. Don't we have that one on this agenda too?
That's correct.
Yes.
Each of the individual departments
indi-
has to have their own Thompson Reuters.
Pull the microphone down.
I'm sorry.
thank you.
Each of the individual legal departments has to have their own Thomson Reuters account.
Oh,
So
really?
it's not a duplicate.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I know that.
Yeah. So you want to make the motion
So
to
moved,
approve then? I'll second your motion then for item O for the law library. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda. Item 3A1, receive a presentation on the results of the April 2026 study on the economic impact of the Nueces County Family Drug Treatment Court at County Court at Law 5, conducted by the South Texas Economic Development Center. Nicole, I believe you're going to present this, so.
Judge Worthing.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm Judge Martha Huerta,
Yes.
and I just want to say a couple of things right before Nicole, so.
Yes, just speak into the microphone. If you get away, we can't hear you. You can take it out.
Short,
maybe.
so,
Yes.
kind of short. So, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. I am Judge Martha Huerta, and I am the Associate Judge in County Court 5, and on behalf of Judge Tim McCoy, I want to thank the court for your continued support. We usually come asking for all kinds of things, and you know what? You all have always come through for us. And so today, we're here to give something back to you. So this is where Nicole will come in. But I just wanted to take a minute because of your support, our drug court or a treatment court is just growing by leaps and bounds. And just yesterday, we received, actually, Nicole didn't even see this, but we received an email that we've been designated a Tier 2 specialty court, which is an advancing court. The next step is an exemplary court, and I want to introduce you to our new staff. This is Ashley Garza. She's our new drug court coordinator. And this is Brian Blackaby, and he's our parent liaison. So now we're able to have the two pieces of the puzzle that we needed, somebody working directly with the parents, and then, of course, someone doing the administrative part, and it's going amazing. This has happened since January. I'm happy to say that our prior drug court coordinator who had lived experience is off and went back to school. So I'm very proud of her. So we're moving forward. So I expect to be here next year to let you know that we got exemplary court. But on that note, I just want to pass it on to Nicole. And of course, Commissioner Pusley, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners. And I'm helping drug court give this presentation because I'm also a member of the drug court advisory team. It takes a whole team to do what drug court does. They have moved in leaps and bounds. Last year, our grant that the court allowed us to go for funded a study, an economic impact study on the economic impact of drug court and the family reunification that they provide. And we just wanted to give some of the highlights of that study because we thought that they were really important for the community to see and the commissioners to see on what a dollar we put in, how much the community gets back out of that. I don't have anything, but if Connie, you could just advance through the slides. We're going to do this pretty quickly. I think there's about 6 slides.
Next slide, Connie.
Yeah, and I'll also pass out a one-page thing that we created. Did I already have it? Okay, you guys already have this little one-page thing that was created to talk about the program. So basically the program, as many of you know, parents who have children who have been removed by CPS can, if they have a major substance abuse problem, they can qualify to go into drug court where they receive additional supports, additional services, but also additional oversight. And through that program, we've seen great success. We've graduated dozens of parents, and that's led to the reunification of many children throughout the years, especially during this study. The court reunified 73 children, reducing the days in foster care by 9,606 on average. Basically, the economic impacts they looked at, and this is both fiscal, public sector cost avoidance, and then also lifetime earnings gain. And these models that they used were very, very conservative models. And as you can see, just the economic impact over our couple years of the program that they were evaluating was over $3.8 million. Go on, Connie. Thank you. So the cost avoidance breakdown is reduced foster care savings every day that a child isn't in the foster care system because they've been able to be reunified with an appropriate parent is money that the system is saving. And in addition, we also see savings on parents who aren't going back into jail and having that recidivism, and parents who, it's an interesting correlation, but parents who aren't using the ER and having more healthcare crises because of their drug use. And so you can see that that's also a major cost avoidance. There's also human capital gains, which you probably know intuitively. Person gets off of drugs, they're able to be a more meaningful participant in the economic system, they're able to do better for themselves and their families, and over their lifetime they will have an increase in their lifetime earnings. Now, how the economic development center at Texas A&M looked at that is they looked at each individual participant. They mapped their education level, and so they were able to look at this very specifically based on who we had in the program. And so, as you can see, we have a 15% increase in employment probability. Pretty good. And then a cost effectiveness is really important. You want to know how much every dollar spent, how much you get out of it. And so for every dollar invested in our drug court program, there's a $6.20 direct public cost avoidance, and then there's $21 in the economic impact. That's a great return on investment. I'm sure your economic development people would want that kind of return on investment in other cases. So this is basically the conclusion. The family drug court that you guys have supported has led to millions of dollars in estimated economic value for our community. There's been almost $1 million in direct public savings from avoided foster care, jail, and ER costs. And I do want to mention a little inside baseball, but the cost for foster care reimbursement when they were doing this study, the legislature actually almost doubled it in recent months. And so we're saving even more money to the public through our drug court program. Very, very fiscally responsible. And the fiscal return is $6.2 for every dollar invested, $21 for every dollar invested in human capital return. And so this is really the fruits of our labor, and it's important for us to see. And it's also important because this is going to help us go out for bigger grants and better grants. As many of you on the court know, in the past, we used to get no grant funding, and then we got a little bit of grant funding. We showed that we could do really great things with our court. They gave us even more. Now we have this designation, and I think next year we're going to be able to show them that we're even more valuable and get more of those state funds. So thank you very much.
And you guys keep track of your grants funding and turn these, so I want to commend you on that as well. So yes. Any questions for anyone? I know this was just a presentation, but we want to commend you all on this, and this helps our community. And these statistics alone are pretty outstanding, and we appreciate the work that y'all do in our community for the kids, for the foster kids in our community, and for the future of what will look like in our community with this kind of help. I know I mentioned Denise a lot, but she is a foster mom and then adopted her son to State Representative Villalobos and everything. But this is an amazing program, and what y'all do is truly amazing. Yeah. Anyone? Thank y'all. Thank you for being here then. Yes. I need to go back to our South Texas Water Authority. I failed to ask to reopen while we had the one letter of intent that we thought was going to fill that board up. We had a resignation, so I need to make the motion to reopen the South Texas Water Authority.
So moved. Second.
The same till the 17th. So we have a motion and a second. One abstain. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So Commissioner Matos has to abstain, and Commissioner Gonzalez is out of the room, but the motion passes. Thank you. And then, excuse me, Mr. Pimentel, but I have our hub representative online. We're going to pull the agenda item. It is, I'm fixing to get it all the way at the end, I think. E1. Discuss, consider, and take action on the conditional selection of HEB prescription TRA, RX TRA powered by
Motion to
MedImplant.
pass.
We have a motion to pass. I'll second that motion. Do we have any discussion, or do you want to say anything as part of the insurance board, John?
Thanks, Judge. Thank you. Sometimes I'm thankful, and other times I scratch my head if you really like me or not, Judge, by giving me this assignment of working with insurance. But we have a great group, but it has been a lot of work. But it's be careful.
And I'm very thankful.
I know. Be careful what you ask for. But my point is that we, as the county, have been trying to unravel this problem for years.
Yes.
And we finally got the insurance consultant and the health insurance worked out, but then our prescription care was off a year. So we made changes last year, but now this is a change that will take effect on October 1. And the only reason I'm talking about it is because it is a change, right? We're used, those of us that are users, I'm a user of our insurance plan, we currently use script care. So the recommendation is the selection of HEB, RX, TRA. So this is going to be a change for pharmacy benefit management, or PBM, as most people know it. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. So we know that some of our employees pay attention to our agendas. Others maybe just watch our meetings. So I didn't want to get through just moving this item quickly without at least mentioning that there will be a change. There will be some hiccups, but we feel that based on the price that we saw, it's going to be an overall benefit to the county, which in the end helps the employees. So, and this makes it more affordable for us to continue with good health care for our employees and their dependents. So just wanted to point that out. So thanks to all of our team. I don't know if we still have Julian, who's on, or any of the other members of the consulting team, Mr. Landers and his team, HR.
Landers is out today. Yes.
So all of our group that we have been participating actively week after week, day after day, thanks to all of that group that's put the time and the effort in. And of course, Michael, appreciate all your work on this. This is always a complex, I mean, all the procurements are complex, but this one is just a little bit more tedious. And so I appreciate you and Jason and the rest of the team help guide us through this. So I feel confident. Change is not always good, but we feel, once again, that the cost savings is a benefit to the county, and it's something we can't overlook that.
And they assured us, because we did have some problems with change in insurance before, so we're learning from our mistakes and we're prepared a little bit better, and they assured us that anyone that is on the policy will get multiple notices, and this should be a smooth transition. So please, if you get something from them, please watch your emails. Please make sure that you respond if you are taking the insurance, and you follow the policy or procedure that is outlined in that email. And it should be a smooth transition. It shouldn't be all that difficult and challenging. And we know it'd be an HEB that, they like the prescriptions there at HEB. That's kind of one of the biggest changes in this policy. But there's an HEB on every corner, and if not, then that's one of the changes that is in this policy. If it's difficult for you to get to an HEB, then there are exceptions for that as well, but they need you to respond to that email and they need you to sign up. So you play a part in this as well, but we're very excited. This was the end game 3 years ago when I asked Commissioner Matas to be on there. The insurance didn't line up with an opportunity where we could ever change insurance because of the way it ended up at our fiscal year. There was no way to go out for procurement or anything. So this was our plan to begin with, and I think we have a good one. I want to commend Commissioner Matas for being on that insurance team, and since he does take the insurance, it affects him as well. So I also didn't want it just to be me since I'm not on there. I wanted it to be someone that is impacted by it just as much. So we're grateful for all the hours you put in for that meeting, those meetings, and all of the insurance changes. And thank you, Mr. Fontana. I don't think that we have any questions for you or anything. We're just very excited that you took the time to log in and be here and everything. But thank you again. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now going back, I think you're up one. Sorry, if I can find my schedule again.
We do number 2.
Oh, two.
Huh?
Two.
What?
The Reuters. Westlaw.
Oh, no. Oh, item number 2, first one. Sorry, you're third.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve 3A2 on the Thomson Reuters Westlaw Advantage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Unanimously. Item number 3, discuss the response protocols from the Public Works for constituent flooding and drainage complaints in all matters. This has been something that is probably on each and every one of our thoughts and minds and complaint list and everything else because there is never enough we can do. So we wanted to kind of get an idea of how we respond and what the county can do and what you do as soon as you get those calls. So this is perfect time of year for it, and thank you for what y'all do.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Can you hear me? Okay, there you go. Judge, Commissioners, yes, in the past few weeks, we've had severe rain events. This is just showing the drainage ditch that we had cleared out last year over there in the Banquette area where the water's freely flowing and draining into the creek. The next slide, please. What happens? What happened? Well, in the short time, we had 2 rain events. One rain event at night was about 3 to 4 inches, and then the next morning we got another rain event. There was anywhere from 4 to 5 inches of rain. Our systems, and I'm going to be honest, our systems aren't designed to meet those type of capacities within the Nueces County. And the reason I say that is because the drainage systems are only designed for a 2-year storm event, and when a developer comes in, they design for anywhere from 2 to 10-year rain event, and that's our standards. When you get a 5 or 10 or 8-inch rain event, then you're designing pretty much anywhere above a 25-year or 50-year or 100-year rain event intensity. So the intensity plays a very important part. Next slide, please. So what happens? What impacts does the county have? The county has street intersections that we maintain, our roads, and then also what happens is we have temporary road closures due to the creeks backing up because the creeks themselves don't have the capacity for this type of drain system. And the same thing with the channels, they back up. And so when they recede, then the water starts flowing out of our ditches and into the creek and allows it to freely flow. And what this does, we get the calls. In 1 day, in 1 week, we got 64 calls of drainage.
And we get them, too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Next slide, please. First, what we do is we get the calls. We determine the location. We determine the location based if it's in the city limits or if it's in the county. Sometimes we get calls that are in the city limits or in another jurisdiction within other cities or towns that we don't maintain the facilities. And then the next thing we do is we document. We document the location. We document when the time that we get in, that we got the call, and then at that point in time, we notify our crews. Next one. Our response, our real-time response we pretty much go and we determine which areas are more severe, and those are the ones that we attack. And in this instance, we had a few areas that we had erosion along our roads. We had erosion that exposed some water lines. We just got a call 2 days ago that there was pipelines that are being exposed on County Road 18. And at this time, that road is closed. And we're still working with the pipeline people because one of the pipeline people doesn't know if it belongs to them or not. So we can't do anything with that pipe, and we can't cover that pipe because we have to make sure that who that line belongs to, because if we end up erupting that pipe, then it's on our skin. So we right now we're on hold on that type of repairs. Next slide, please. What we do, when we know there's a storm, we always monitor rain events. We do have sandbags. We do have pumps. We have generators that we have. And then, of course, we prioritize the safety of our staff to make sure that whenever they're out there, that they're safe. And then, again, we document just in case there's some type of emergency thing that we have to come back and log in all our hours, log in all our time, equipment, when we went there, what time we got there, and all that's being logged in. Next one. The amount of rain, as I mentioned earlier, we got 46 inches of rain, or 48 inches of rain, and sometimes we got 4 inches in the morning, sometimes we got 4 inches at night, and continuous rain. The amount of rain that we got, it overflows, and the ditches don't meet the capacity. One thing that we do want to mention, out of some of these calls that we get, the majority of them are because a lot of people, and if you see the picture on the left-hand side, that's a brand new house built in a low area below the elevation of the road, and water's ponding on the road, plus it's ponding on somebody's front property. And the middle one is just a drainage ditch that's carrying the water that it's supposed to be doing. That's typical. That's what the ditches are built for. They're built for them to drain, for the water to capture the water and then drain it out. The main thing is that what we make sure is that we maintain our ditches and make sure that we maintain our roads. So that way, for emergency purposes, people aren't crossing water or putting themselves in a safety. That's for our ditches. They're ditches for our roads. Again, on the last item, home elevations. A lot of calls that we get is water standing in front of their property. We get that all the time. I got that in my house. Water stands in front of the property. It's a low-lying area. The elevations are lower than the road, and they're lower than the flow. In some cases, they're lower than the flow line of the ditches. So water's draining into their property, and water backs up into property. Commissioner Jabb, we went and looked at one over there in Driscoll or Bishop, right, Commissioner? Where the gentleman was outside of our jurisdiction, but yet his house was lower than the elevation of the road, and he was asking us what we could do for him. There's nothing we can do, and I'm sorry to say that, but there's nothing we can do. The next one. The next one kind of shows typical cross sections along some of these neighborhoods that we get a lot of calls. A lot of it is in Cindy Park. We do get a lot of calls there. The cross-section is a cross-section that was done on Google Maps. The Google Map shows that the elevation of the properties are concave to the middle of the section of the development of the property. So in other words, what's happening is water standing in the middle of the development. And this is the way these subdivisions were constructed or they were developed. So people are asking us, how do we get the water from their houses? Well, if you're concaved and you're sloping and you have a dip in the middle of your subdivisions, then how's the water going to get out? The same thing with, I'm sorry.
I want to stop you too and make the court aware of one thing. We had numerous calls from Cindy Park, numerous calls, and Juan's aware of that. It's a recognized colonia. It has always had huge drainage issues. But in these three pictures, to the left side of the picture, you'll notice a really green area running to the back side of the subdivision. That is a creek. Typically there's not water flowing through that creek, but when we have a rain event like we just had, like Juan's talking about, that creek fills up and runs behind those houses and overflows into the subdivision. And that's on property that we don't own, we don't control, and that's been there for decades. And so that's one of the problems we fight. And as Juan says, since the subdivision basically has a belly in it, that water is going to tend to run to the low spot. So it comes back through the subdivision into the middle and floods all the properties in there, and we have some very upset people. So thank you. I just wanted to make that point.
Yes, sir. And you have the same situation as in Golden Acres, where it's a belly, and water's going to stand. The next slide, please. And then this is a cross section in Tierra Grande, the one to the left. You see the middle part. The middle part is like, you can see that it's pretty much a pond to itself because it's just concaved in the middle. You have an area that's in the middle, right, Commissioner? We looked at that a while back, and water just stands in the middle of that subdivision of Tierra Grande. And the only way that water is going to get from these people's in the middle of their property is by them pumping the water out from that area. And the Blue Bonnet area, same thing. They're low-lying pieces of property that were built a long time ago, and they were built in the low-lying areas. And a lot of people want, we can pump water into somebody else's back property, but at that point in time, the capacity of those culverts that on the downstream side of those culverts were only designed, again, to a certain stormwater, so you're just pumping water to somebody else's backyard. And sometimes you got to be careful with that. The next slide, please. The first thing we do is when we get a call and we have to go excavate ditches, because I know a lot of people want us to go and excavate the ditches like today. If we get a call right now, they say, hey, you need to go excavate the ditches right now because you're having ditches that are being plugged up or culverts that are being plugged up. The first thing we do is call 811. We cannot do anything. We cannot excavate anything. We cannot scratch that surface without an 811. An 811 takes 48 hours for them to respond. We're still having somebody trying to respond on County Road 18. Somebody has not responded on that pipeline, and we're still on hold on that one. So it takes 48 hours for us to be able to even scratch that surface because of safety of our staff and the people that are working on that piece of equipment. The next one.
Let me ask you on 811. So what constitutes an emergency? Because with an emergency, it's a matter of hours or maybe half a day. So would a water rising be considered an emergency, or is that?
Commissioner, like for instance, on this, the one we just had a couple of days ago, that is an emergency. We did make it's called a 12-hour or 4-hour call, 811 call. We do that emergency 811 call, and it's because we have the road's almost eroding. It's all the way down to the edge. We have pipelines that are exposed. We had 2 weeks ago, we were at Waite Street. We had a water line that was exposed because of all the water rushing in that road, and it eroded the road. So that's an automatic 811 where we tell them that we need somebody there quick. And they take anywhere from 2 hours. We had another one on 75 that we were requesting for them to be there in a quick way, but they told us for us to hold off for 2 to 3 hours before we could even touch the surface, or even we could start backfilling the surface, because they want to see their pipelines. They want to make sure that they're not damaged. They want to make sure that what's down there, and make sure that it is their pipeline. Yes, sir.
So you are able to prioritize some, but maybe, I guess to everyone it would seem theirs is an emergency, right?
Yeah.
But
Yes,
there are
sir.
some that far exceed, like
Sure.
you said, exposed pipe. I mean, there's certain conditions.
Need the mic.
I'm sorry.
Can you go to the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, it's done. Yes, sir.
When you call an emergency 811, they will ask you if you meet what they consider an emergency call. And so you have to have what they ask you. If you meet those requirements, then they'll give you the 811 emergency. You can't just call an 811 emergency. It has to meet certain criteria. Has to be a danger to the public, a danger to the road. There has to be certain criteria it has to meet.
Yeah, if it's a gas or water line, that pretty much qualifies. But other than that, it's hard to hit that threshold.
Emergency to the public, or if there's a gas line exposed, but it's not an emergency to the public, it may not be considered an emergency. Has to meet a certain criteria, and the 811 operator will ask you. And if you understand what they're asking and you meet those criteria, then they will authorize the emergency 811. And like Mr. Pimentel says, the people will contact us and let us know if they're on their way or how long it will take for them to be there before we can do anything.
Thank you, Ed.
I'm sorry. Next slide, please. This is a map of the county. We've always known that we have 706 miles worth of road that we maintain. You multiply that times 2, It's 1,400 miles worth of ditches that we maintain, and with 30 staff that we have in our road and bridge, and that's part of that staff is the ones that are also doing the mowing. So we have 6 people that are mowing. We have the rest of them that are doing either patchwork, ditch cleaning, or reconstruction of a road. So just kind of want to identify the 30 staff that we have, and we have 1,100 square miles worth of road of the county that we maintain. Next slide, please. Post-storm, this is kind of something that we do. I mean, once the tree, in this case, there's a tree that fell within our right-of-way on the center line of our road. We went out there, we reacted, we had to or go out there and take the road out of our right-of-way, and you can see staff working on that. Same thing on the left side. We had a bunch of debris that was clogging up some of our drainage structures. We went out there, and that was priority because we needed to get that out. The next one. This is our vac truck. We use our vac truck. This is in the Blue Bonnet area. We're cleaning out culverts and inlets within our area. This is the system that's most of the time it has a lot of debris that builds up, trash, people's trash that they throw in there, and it just builds up. So we're having to go out there and vacuum it out because it's plugging up our drainage culverts. Okay. The next one. What we do have, Judge and Commissioners, is we do have a lot of illegal driveways. We do have some illegal driveways. We did send out some notices to some of the people out there. And also, we're also looking into an illegal dam, possibly. And we are coordinating with TCEQ on that. But if you can see the picture to the right, that's somebody that built a brand new concrete structure, brand new driveway made out of concrete. Okay. And the flow line of the culvert is the same flow line of the top of the surface of the road. So what is the water going to do? It's going to take the least path of resistance, and it's going to flood our road, and that's what's happening. We did send a letter to this gentleman, this owner of the property. He asked, after calling him a few times, he did come to our office, and he finally pulled the permit for us, and he is going to reconstruct that driveway. We have multiple driveways within this path that are like this, and we've sent out letters to these constituents and told them that they need to lower some of those driveways. And I know that some of it kind of like when we tell them we're going to remove it, if we don't remove them, Judge and Commissioners, what's going to happen is we're going to have these problems. And what's going to happen is we're going to start having our roads are going to start deteriorating. We're going to start having potholes. People can hydroplane because of water standing on the road. And that's what these letters that we go out and we send out to these constituents, they need to be notified. And we notified several of them. We had an instance where a gentleman just put 300 feet of dirt in front of his property, and we had to go remove it because he was blocking drainage on the upstream side of his property.
You know, and with this information and these photos and everything, this is great information, yes, and it helps us to understand better. Do you think we could have this like a quarterly report on like the drainage districts you're cleaning out, the roads that are a problem you've been trying to notify somebody? Because then when we all get phone calls from them as well, we're not in the dark, and we also give you a little grace too when we call and you can't get right on something. We understand what you're up to and what you're faced with and what you have to do. So I think information like this on what you've been doing or how many miles of roads you've cleared out, how much drainage, and I'm really hoping at the end of this deal too with some of the projects we have coming up with the CDBG MITMOD monies, because we always know that, you know, helping up above this helps drainage down below. We're a flat place. It's never going to be enough, but I hope it will help us quite a bit with future problems. So.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But a report every quarter in here, I think is a good
We'll put one
idea.
together, Judge.
I don't know that everybody else thinks so or thinks that, but something quick, just, you know, even a couple of pages. If you have an issue like this where we're asking someone to take something out, this photo explains it very well. Not everybody sees that in a little text message or something, but in here, it helps me to understand it anyway.
Yes, ma'am. And then, you know, in some instances, we went to some of these neighborhoods. The first time it rained, we went to some of these neighborhoods, and they had a bedding, a whole a bed of a bed. It was stuck in the drainage system, and so we had to go in and clog it because they had a bed that was sitting right there in front of their property. So that's other things that we have to go out and find.
Clean out and get done.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And this is
yeah.
because they just put it in front of their property. The next one, please.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Are you done? I won't let you finish first if you got
I
one.
had a couple more. Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I'll speak after you're done.
And Commissioner, and Judge and Commissioner, this is one of those instances where we did have to have an 811, and we notified them, and this is where you can see in the background where you have the pipeline in the middle, people from the refinery, we had Coke out, well, I don't want to say the names, but we had other refinery people out there telling us to hold off, wait an hour, wait 2 hours before they get there. I think the other one was the Spectrum, or somebody was telling us to wait because they wanted to be there before we start covering up these eroded areas, so this part. And we had to hold off for 2 to 3 hours before we could even start. On the right hand, on the bottom right-hand corner, that's a ditch that we had just cleared right before the storm drain that came in. So it did alleviate, help out in the drainage system in that area. So it did help out. The next one, I think that's it. I think that's it.
That? Commissioner Pusley, you can go next.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Well, first of all, I thank Commissioner Mars put this item on the agenda, and I want to thank him for doing that. This has been something that's impacted, I think, nearly all of us as commissioners and the county judge as well. Our phones have rang off the wall, and I know we've all called you ad nauseum, Juan, and I want to tell you the comments I'm going to make here are no reflection on you or your team and the job that you're doing. I think you're doing the best you can do with the equipment and the manpower that you have and the money that you have. But we have to, and this has been a passionate issue for me in my tenure as a county commissioner. I tell people all the time the number one call I get as a county commissioner is from people who are having drainage issues in front of their property. Those issues have been in this county forever. In my precinct, I have 2 areas that specifically have issues all the time. Even in a small rain event, they have issues. One of those I paid to have an engineering study done earlier this year, and we've got a great plan to solve the problem. The only issue is I need about $1 million to build the solution. So on a go-forward basis, we as a county, we have to figure out how we're going to handle this. I know at one point, back just before I came to the Commissioners Court in 2008, the Commissioners Court at that time, led by Judge Neal, proposed implementing a drainage district in Nueces County, and that was met with
Opposition, to say the least.
it was like, yeah. I told Judge Neal before I was sworn in that I had no interest in going to any more tar and feather events. Because that's pretty much what they were. Because the drainage district requires that 4-letter word called tax increase. And so nobody wants to hear that. But we have significant drainage issues throughout this county. We've done multiple drainage studies. I had a guy call me the other day and say, you know, y'all have done, I don't know how many studies about this issue. When are y'all going to do something to fix the problem that your studies have brought forth? But we have to do something. We have to have money and time and effort to mow the ditches and clean them more. We have to come up with some kind of working cooperation agreement with our neighbors, because we're impacted by the counties and cities around us. We have a major drainage ditch that's located in our county, but it's inside the city limits of Robstown, and they struggle with the finances to help keep that maintained. In fact, when I was commissioner before, I spent $25,000 of Nueces County taxpayer money to clean the Robstown drainage ditch out so that we would quit flooding people in our county. But you know, we just have to look at this more seriously. I would also like to see us possibly create a ticketing system, much like we have for the IT department. When we have a problem with IT, we call in a ticketing, and they get, assigned a task to complete. Instead of me having to call Juan every time I get a phone call, maybe we could come up with a better way to get that information to his department so they can, prioritize those issues and work on them as they come. But Judge, the quarterly reports would be nice, but we need to have some serious discussion about what we're going to do on a go-forward basis to solve our drainage problems throughout this county.
I agree.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Pusley, but I will add to and say I think we have done a lot. The MITMOD, for example, that we've got upcoming, I think that's over $31 million worth of drainage. I think everybody's doing drainage projects. Every project in my district or my precinct is drainage. I've got 3 significant drainage projects that will greatly enhance the area that I represent, and we have a lot of flooding in the London area. And I think what needs to be noted, and this is the hard part, and it's really hard, and Juan, you guys do a really good job of this, is telling people, look, we can't do certain things. We can't. I mean, what's happened is, in the county, we have lack of development standards by law. We're not the city. We can't zone. We can't plat. So if someone wants to go build something on their property and they don't bring it to us, then they want us to fix it. Then everybody else wants us to fix it. And so the problem here is huge, and it's there, and it's real. But some of it we have no responsibility for and no legal responsibility for. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try to help, right? And that's not what I'm saying. But that's the hard thing to tell people. And I've had a couple that I sent you recently, and you sent back to me and said, Commissioner, here's the problem with this one, and it's not, we didn't do it. It was done wrong. You want us to go in and try to fix it? We got to come up with a bunch of money that's not on our right of way, and they built their house on a low ending deal, and the one that called said she wanted us to help fix the drainage uphill. So there's certain things that we can't do anything about, and we have to be honest with the public in telling them that, and you've done a good job of that. What I would ask you to do is any of those that you have conversations with, that you would follow that up with an email, of course, so that it's noted, because a lot of times phone conversations and conversations in person get misinterpreted and becomes he said, she said. And so if it's documented, back to those of us who want a response, and then also to the constituent, so that they can see it in writing. And if they think we're wrong, then that's okay. They can bring that back to us, and we can at least deal with it, and they'll have it in writing, and that we know what we're doing. But I think it is. And now my frustration is, when we get this MITMOD money, it's taken us years to get this money. We don't even have it. We have to front load it. We have to pay for it, and then we get it reimbursed. We have all these regulations that tie us up. So I'm super frustrated with my 3 drainage projects, because I've actually got landowners now who are willing to participate, and I can't. And it's not Grant Works' problem. They just keep telling me we can't do it because of this, and we can't do it because of this regulation. So I'm not saying they did anything wrong, but we are so hamstrung on these grants that we go get, that we have to go get, because we don't have millions of dollars sitting around to do it. So there's some of that's out there, and I'm real frustrated with these London projects I have. Those should have been done. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I think we ought to be looking for more grants and doing that. I think we've done those studies now, that we were told when we did that tri-county study, that with that study we could now then go apply for more federal grants and more state grants, because we spent a lot of time and energy and effort on that. And so it dang sure better not be sitting on a shelf. We need to be, doing something with that, because that was a big pain in the butt, as Commissioner Gonzalez and I went through with. We won't even rehash all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we did get the study that should be helpful to us. So I think that's one of the things, Commissioner Pusley, we need to bring back and talk about and say, where can we use that study that we have that's super good to go out and find more grants and find more money. But I do think we have been pretty proactive as a court in trying to do with what we've got. But there's definitely a lot of frustration that goes along with it. And a lot of times, and I know I'm saying this for the 3rd time during this 5 little minute spiel, you have to be able to tell people honestly, that's just not something we can fix. because you bought a house in an area that was done wrong, that the county had nothing to do with it being done wrong, but you bought that house in an area, and these aren't even colonias I'm talking about. These are in some nice areas of Nueces County that these people are calling and saying, we got problems, and we have to tell them, sorry, ma'am, you bought a house in a low-lying area. We can't fix your drainage because we can't make that water drain uphill. You know, we can't do that. So I'm 100% in agreement with Commissioner Pusley. We need to have a workshop or whatever and do what we need to do and sit and talk about it. But we also have to be honest with the public that we serve and be able to tell them and back up our staff when we tell them, because it's a tough job on one, and then, you know, you tell them, and then I'm not going to pick up the phone and call you and say, hey, Juan, we got to fix it anyway, unless the court tells me we got to fix, you know, unless we do it as a court. So I think y'all have done a really nice job, and I know I want to reiterate what Commissioner Pusley said on that too, that your staff's done a great job, and I know we're all limited, and what happens is we get these big storms, and thank God we got them because we needed the rain, and unfortunately we haven't had them in a while, so it gets on our back burner, but truly, I think y'all have done a really good job. I really appreciate it. You've been very responsive to everything I've sent you. I may not have as many as everybody else does, but I've had several in the last, you know, since the last rainstorm, and y'all have been super responsive. You've gotten out there and you've communicated with me and told me what the deal was, and you know, so we've got issues, but it's not coming from you guys, in my opinion, at least, and I appreciate what y'all are doing, and I really think we've made a lot of progress on this, and yeah, I agree, Commissioner Pusley, that word drainage district and tax increase, that I don't think that's going to fly. But I do think, you know, there's a lot of grant money out there, and we've got that study in place, and we need to turn that over to Scott and you know, and let him loose. I mean, show him that study, let him see that study, and say, all right, Scott, go get some drainage grants, and that's why we've got him there, and that's why we've got Grant Works there to help him, and let's go. Thank you.
Commissioner Modas.
Thank you, Judge. Juan, thanks for this presentation. I know that we had it scheduled a few weeks or a couple of weeks prior to this, and we had to table it, and it just kind of worked out. We had another rain event since this was really in reaction to the first one, and that we thought it was bad because we hadn't seen water of any significance in quite a while. And then the second was worse, already on top of soaked ground. And so these areas were just really literally drying up when the next set of rains came. And I agree. Thank God for the rain, right? I mean, we're doing a little bit better as a community, so thankful for that. But it is a difficult position to be in, right? We're all getting those calls. You're getting those calls. I do agree. I think we need to create a better way to document just the communication. Sometimes people go directly to you, and that's great. And a lot of times it gets resolved, or if they feel their answer isn't resolved, then they'll call us, and then we already know that they've been in touch with your office. So there's a little back and forth, which, you know, we'll work through. But I think if there's a better way to track it, that would be helpful. So I'm thinking, and I've talked to the judge, and I think the judge suggested, or she may suggest, is, you know, we know some counties use apps, maybe something real basic and simple that people know where to go, click on it, and it kind of populates and it goes to you in a work order maybe, or at least for someone to review it and they say, yes, this justifies a work order, and then it can easily be forwarded to us, or we can be included in that response. So maybe that's a way to help. I don't know what that costs, but I know other counties, big and small, smaller than us, do this, so that may be something helpful. I really like that we're all talking about solutions. I think, you know, it's not finger pointing. This was never a session where we were going to look at, hey, Public Works not doing their things. Like, my gosh, y'all are doing a lot. And even when we've all called you day and night, weekends, everything, and I remember, I forgot what day it was, but you're like, oh yeah, we're working, and it was way after hours. It was way after 5 o'clock, and y'all were still working. In fact, you know, Priscilla told me yesterday or Monday, oh, you know, I still have some calls I need to follow up on. There's still some lingering issues, and so we get it. It's just the volume has been just so tremendous. There is a challenge, and I think legislatively, Judge, we need to look at what can our lobbying team do, what can Texas Association of County do with their resources, what has already been attempted before in other legislative sessions, that we can get some of that power, Commissioner Chesney, that we need, that cities have better oversight and control than we as counties do. I think we've got to regulate developers, right? Those that are developers who really truly develop for a living, they're going to do it the right way for the most part. Most part. We know some still, you got to hold them down. But they're going to take the whole thing into consideration, or you see that the property is built up several feet above ground. So when there is a big rain event, even if they're in a low-lying area, at least the water's not going to breach into the house, more than likely, because it's several feet above ground. Those are some of the standards I think that should be basic, and we have limited or no oversight over things like that. I'd like to see that changed legislatively for us, even if it's just for Nueces County. Let's not mess with the whole state, but let's just maybe we can figure out with our legislative team how can this be done to give us better control over that. If we have those insight or those powers already, then we need to enact them. Let's see. Social media. As the judge said earlier, for that recognition for JJ, she saw it on social media. I think most of us have probably been getting called out on social media when it starts raining, and that's a full-time job just trying to keep up. My wife's like, "Why are you always on Facebook?" It's like, well, I'm looking because I'm getting tagged on stuff, and it's a helpful way, but people are getting too comfortable with that because there's so much volume that we can't keep up with that. So we need something official. I think by having a formal public works page, maybe that can have a direct link that goes to you once again and helps start the reporting process. Post-storm, I think most people understand that during the storms, there's not going to be little to much that you can do. We just got to literally let the water levels rise, and most people in the community I've spoken with understand that once rain stops, then they're ready to call in. It's not while the waters are still going. But that led me to another question. We helped you purchase, we helped budgeted some high water vehicles, right, a few years back. Do we still have those?
Yes, sir, we still have them.
And so would we utilize those if there was a true emergency where someone's getting ready to get flooded out of their home?
Yes, sir. We maintain them on a monthly
Good.
basis, make sure that they're running, make sure that everything's being.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, definitely. For me, on a future agenda item, I'm going to get with you sidebar and talk about some drainage improvements, because I know that all the work that you've done in Blue Bonnet and other parts of my precinct have been well received and made a difference. And in fact, some of those pictures you sent to me when I was called out on social media, shared a picture or two that you sent to me, and a lot of people responded positively, like, okay, we didn't know this was happening, thank you. And maybe the waters are not raising as fast as they normally would, or flood into the homes like they do on really heavy rain events. So, but there are some drains that need to be maybe raised or lowered, depending on the elevation in whatever neighborhood or street that it is. So I'll work with you on that and bring it to the court in the future. Let's see, and the previous study that we had, I don't want it just to sit on the shelf like it has been for a while now. I think there was some good work that was done. I know there was some pushback on some of the conclusions or some of the assumptions that were made, and I always thought engineering was something that was easily to solve. Like, it's not like a lawyer where you would get a bunch of different opinions, right? You still can find that, I guess, in any professional setting, that you're going to find that with engineering. So there was some pushback there, but I think that there was some good conclusions that were there set up for us to be able to take advantage of. And we've done some of those, like the detention ponds. We're doing some of that already. We're doing that in Precinct 2. We're doing that in other areas, so we're looking at helping reduce some of the water that's coming in. It's not going to stop at all. But yes, the message is we are doing some good work. I agree with Commissioner Chesney, and I won't say it more than 3 times because then it becomes a drinking game. So, but yeah. So, but I think that we have put this focus so that the community understands, and we can turn around and share this with our constituents, is that we're not just, it's not falling on deaf ears. Like, you've been doing the work, you have a plan, but how can we improve it? Just lines of communications, different ways that we can step up, and the timeliness one. I mean, we're just a few weeks away from the budget, and you and your department, I want to call you out now, even though it's not the budget, have constantly tried to reduce your budget when we have asked as a court. And it helps. It's helped us balance our budget, you and others, but it comes and bites you when you have reduced staff, when you have reduced equipment. So I'd like to try to tackle that and challenge that all that we can, within reason, right? But that's my commitment to you in the next few weeks when we start meeting on your budget and other budgets. But thank you all for your work. I know we have a group here that I've been talking to about how can we respond to emergencies or specialized equipment that we as a county don't have. And so I'd like to kind of look at trying to develop a quick response team or a list of vendors that we could pull from, that you can pull from.
Sure.
Like, hey, we're maxed out and there's still more to be done. Then maybe that we can call in these third-party companies to come and help respond until at least we can get you more equipment and more staff. So that would be something that I have coming up. And gentlemen, I don't know if it's appropriate, Judge, for them to speak, or they did send me some of their services they offer and some of the equipment they have available. I can forward that to the court, or if, I don't know if
Good,
it's
that
appropriate
would,
time to.
that would be beneficial.
Okay.
And working, I guess, instructing them to work with Public Works and probably emergency operations upstairs too. I know they have some contracts as well that we utilize for emergency situations and things. If you have something you'd like to say very quickly, you can. Commissioner Gonzalez wants to ask some questions too, so don't go too far.
Judge, while he's walking up, I just want to make one comment too that I
Yes.
forgot. Juan also instituted some pretty amazing increased drainage standards in our development for the county. It's a 100-year storm. If you're building a new
Yes.
development, it's in the county.
Yes.
I think it's a 100-year storm.
150?
Yeah, 100-year storm now, and that's I wanted to point that out too. So we really have made a lot of strides in the county, and that was completely Juan's idea back 7 or 8 years ago. I can't even remember, so wanted to point that out as well too. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
You have the floor now for just a
Okay.
second. Thank you.
Stephen Kasurik with Kasurik Land Improvement. We talked with Commissioner Matez probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he asked us to just kind of put together a list of equipment and services, and essentially it would be what Juan already has, but it would be additional assets and additional employees for emergency times. And that's basically what we had written up. We don't have any pricing on it or anything like that, but just the additional employees and assets to be able to deploy in the time of need. So
We appreciate that very much.
We're here when we need it, when y'all need
Thank
us.
And we'll get with Michael on how we can work on procurement to develop a roster of companies
That
so we
can
could
handle that
secure
stuff,
that.
yes.
And we would be their priorities should, or when we get a big storm. So.
The operations section sheet, Judge, we counted on them in the freeze of, 2015? They walked water to the hospitals for us, for the county.
Winter Storm Uri.
Yes, so they walked water 24 hours a day for 2 weeks, them and other groups, so we have confidence in the work that they've done, that
I know him too. He's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say, but.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, if you guys stop putting water in my precinct, I wouldn't have the problems, right? All the water goes to my precinct, so I end up with all the
Everybody
water.
directs it to your
I'm in the bottom,
precinct.
I'm in the bottom
Okay.
of the totem pole, you know? And I'm just going to touch a couple of things, Judge, that everybody said the right things today, and I'm glad that I heard what everybody feels the same way. I think we all feel the same way by this point. But I just want to say that I have my process and something I've done probably in the last maybe 6, 7 years now. And I work with Juan quite a bit, Juan, and thank you for all the work that you staff. When we call him, I know you're out there. And the most, I get a call, and this is all complaints that I've got to less water.
Yeah.
But you know that I talk to every single one of these, and I visit every single one of these. Because and I don't go out there the day of the rain, the day after the rain. I go out there 2 days after the rain or 3 days. Because if there's still water in the street, something's wrong, right? There's still water in their houses, something's wrong. So, and I do believe that water in a house creates a 811 call to try to help them out evacuate the residents, if they need to. If they don't want to, they don't want to. That's up to them. But, you know, we have a lot of people. We have a 3% people that are complainers and whiners out there, you know, for whatever reason. I even one told me, you know, said, if it was your family here, I think you would take care of it right away, you know. And I said, well, let me tell you what I would do for my family. If I'm not trying to offend you, let me tell you what I do for my family. I would pack their bags and get them out of here. They shouldn't even be living in those kind of conditions. That's a choice they have. If my family chose to say that, then it's up to them. I said, but that's what I would do with my family. I help them get out or do something, help them to do something for themselves. I said, so I'm asking you, you got to do something for yourself. He said, drain the water from your yard into the drainage ditch so it can flow. And he said, well, we're going to send it to my neighbors. The water goes on the ditch. It's not up to you what neighbors is going to. You got to put it on the ditch. He said, but as long as it stays on there. And I said, again, another recommendation is you need to clean your yard. You need to cut your yard. I said, because not water standing where you have all this trash and it's standing right there. And then you complain about mosquitoes. I said, so, I think I found it being honest with them, calling them and telling them, hey, you know what, man, I'm out here at your yard right now. I'm looking at it. And this is something that they don't think that you're going to do, but, I go out there and I'm on the phone and I say, I'm out here at your house, and it's not really our problem. It's really your problem, and I can't help you unless you help yourself, So, and Juan, every call that I get, I send it to Juan. And I put a note there, please respond back. Of course, he doesn't call back in 3 or 4 days. I call him back, But they'll usually respond, thank you, Juan, for taking it care. And sometimes I tell the people, I'm talking to Public Works right now. And they don't think it's going to help you to put a culvert. Unless you want to buy one, we can do it. So there's a lot of things that go into place here. And I think that a lot of the complaints come almost, that I've learned, it comes from the same 4%.
Always.
People don't complain no more because they've gone through it several times already, and we've talked to them several times already, and they finally realize, hey, really? I got to do something myself, right? I mean, it's up to me too. And another guy was flooded in Golden Acres. I said, it's not us that's flooding you, it's your neighbor that's flooding you. That's the one that has the concrete driveway. I said, water's not going nowhere. Water's coming to your yard and to the neighbor's yard. I said, so we're going to deal with your neighbor. I said, but it's not the county's doing it, it's your neighbor's doing it. I said, but you keep pumping your water out. He said, well, I don't want to give it to my other neighbor. I said, well, then you just leave the water in your house. But, we have, it's a shame that some people don't seem to understand that, we try to do what we can. But I tell you what, the drainage project that we did in Petronila 1 and 2 estates, that's been a beneficial. It was almost a perfect project with this rain, Judge. It was the drainage ditches were not even full. The pond was full. Was releasing water. So that was a good project, and those are the projects we need to do. Then we have them on the table, but we can't move because of the monies or the environmental studies that's taking forever. So I think those are the ones we really need to work on. Those projects are going to work, and I tell you what, the engineering. I did a good job with engineering, and it's working very well. The other thing that and I mentioned this to Juan before, but subcontracting for once this thing's over, like for mowing, for dredging ditches, because you guys cannot do it by yourself. It's a lot, you got countywide, and it's a lot of coverage. So and so the other day, and even the when it comes to the public saying. Well, what else can you do for me? I said, we can't do anything else for you. And I think we have to be in the commissioner says this all go too. We just have to be honest with them and just tell them this is the way it is. You bought here. Nobody told you that it flooded, or they should have told you, or you knew, and you still bought here. You got to put dirt on your property. You got to fill it up. I said, as long as the road's above your property, you're going to flood. Because you're not going to go nowhere.
That's the way it works.
So I said, and we try to tell them in a nice way, tell them, hey, this is what you have to do. One lady wanted a culvert for her daughter. Says, I'm talking to Public Works, and they will put a culvert here. The water's you're going to get more water because it's coming from the field. And said, because that's not going to work. If you want a culvert, buy it. We'll put it. Well, I'm not going to buy it then if it's going to give more water. I said, those are the things sometimes we have to just explain to the public and take. I think it's just for them calling them and talking to them, I think sometimes pacifies them a little bit. At least somebody went out there, somebody checked. But I never go out there the first day or the second day. I always go out there maybe the third day. So I take everyone with me sometimes. We'll go out and take pictures. And I send the pictures to Juan. And, but, again, I want to just thank Juan and your staff for responding when we call you, for being out there in the water, being out there, at mosquitoes from 10 o'clock at night to 5 in the morning. You know, when a person complained, I had 8 complaints about mosquitoes, you know, and I said, you know, while you're asleep, they're out there working.
Yeah.
They're spraying the mosquitoes from 8 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night to 5 in the morning. And if we would do it during the daytime, you'd still be complaining because then you're saying you're putting all the chemicals on my kids because they're playing outside. So we're never happy. I said, so, you know, you have to understand that you're not going to see them working for the mosquito. They're out there. You know, now if you want to stay up all night to make sure, let me know so I can get one to go out there, you know, and spray that area. But anyway, and I always give them a copy of the spray that one gives you, and thanks for those copies. I always provide them and say, well, I'm going to send you a copy of how many times your area was sprayed. So I appreciate that because I think that helps us when we tell them, here, you're going to have a copy. Look at the red. That's you. And that's how many times they've been out here. So thank you again, Juan. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all the work you guys do, day and night, whatever. So
Thank you.
we're just going to keep on forward and doing what we can. But I think drainage is an important. I agree with Commissioner Pusley, too. We need drainage, but we need grants. And, you know, you can't do it without any grants. You can't, you know, and the project we have right now is standstill. You know, they're standstill because of the environmental studies. You know, and we need to get that moving, or else it's not going to get done on time. So anyway, that's my spiel. I just want to say that we're trying to do what we can.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And thank you again, Juan. And thank you to our employees. When you talk about the mosquito spray, we want to thank our animal care facility and director there because Juan was short one of his vector control people, and our employees work across lines and they help each other out. They knew this was important. He gave them an employee that was certified and licensed in that. So to all of our county people, we are working very hard on those mosquitoes, and all teams are working together on it. Thank you for doing that, too. Yeah.
Your Honor,
Oh, yes,
and I know you are wanting
That's
to
okay.
get out of here,
What?
but I got, if I can, I'd like to say one more thing. Commissioner Gonzalez's comments about, you know, I know Commissioner Chesney said we got this $31 million. That money came to this Commissioner's Court before I was elected in 2024.
Yes.
And I have 3 projects that money was dedicated for out of that $31 million. I have yet to be able to break ground on any of those projects because we're hung up on the bureaucratic requirements that we have to go through to be able to use that money. In fact, I predict one of those projects, by the time we get the environmental study done and go out for bids, we probably won't have enough money to do the project because the cost of construction will have gone up to the point where it won't cover what the costs are.
I think that's going to affect a lot of
it's
our
been very
projects.
frustrating dealing with that, so I think that's great. And I want to say, we have done some good things. You know, I did a $600,000 drainage project when I was commissioner, and it helped an area. But all of the things that we've been doing are Band-Aids. We don't have a comprehensive plan for what we're going to do to solve these issues. So that's what we need. And because when these people call, yeah, it's easy to say, you know, we can't help you because you went out and built your house in the wrong place. But when they have water running through their front door, they're not interested in hearing you say that. So, and it's very difficult, and I've had some very challenging phone calls in the last couple of months. So thank you very much.
And Judge and Judge and Commissioners, if I may, real quick, what we do is, Judge and Commissioner, just, and I know I didn't put this in the presentation, what we do is we try to strategize our equipment. Because our equipment, by the time you get from one side of the county to the other side of the county, you're talking about, by the time you move that piece of equipment to you're talking about 4 hours of time that you spent. So what we do is, since those pieces of equipment drive 20 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour, you know, by the time you get there, it takes time. So what we do is try to strategize within our sectors and make sure that we hit those sectors, and then just come back around and come back and hit those other sectors that need, you know, that we're getting calls from.
It's a process, yes, we understand
so
that, yes.
By the time we load the equipment, you're talking about already 6 hours of dead time that we're not doing any work. So we're trying to coordinate, we're strategizing that, so just kind of want to make sure y'all know about that.
Thank you. I appreciate you all being here, all of you, today.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 3A4.
Judge, I'd like to make a motion to pass items 4, 5, and 6 together.
4, 5, and 6.
We
have a motion and a second.
Well, I have a discussion.
Yes, discussion.
On number 4, when you come down, when it says down here, the second paragraph, number 4, it says 59,605 medical examiner's office renovation. Is that money left over? Which one?
That was Teresa will answer that for you, yes.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. That's the 2 change orders that Juan brought for additional funds needed for the medical examiner's office for
And
the
it was money
windows and
left
then the
over
first
that
one.
we dedicated to office.
For that money was for what? For the windows?
The second part of it is the windows. The first one was the 51,000 change order that came to court that we
already
were
passed.
looking for funds, and it is from excess funds available.
Is this our excess funds available?
These were, yes, sir, these were the balance of the remaining ARPA funds that we
Are they still
redistributed.
available, you saying?
No.
This zeroes it out.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes.
I didn't read that.
Yes. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion to pass items 4, 5, and 6? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 7, discuss, consider, and take action on approval of an interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Bishop related to the grant funding construction of water system improvements in the Casa Court 1 and Casa Court 2. This is a TDA grant, I understand, and is the MOU, is that interlocal agreement, is that completed? Otherwise,
Is
this
this
is
a cash,
fine.
I just don't know much about this one. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I didn't put it in there. Someone could just, is this a cash match grant? Is this, tell me, can you just?
No,
No,
no
this is
match.
100% match, Commissioner.
match.
This is for essentially.
It's a complete-
This is number 7, is all 100% grant.
Okay,
Yes.
motion to pass then, Judge.
We have a motion, I'll second that motion. Any other discussion?
Yeah, yes, Judge.
Go ahead,
Just
yes.
clarification. So this is for is this potable water or wastewater, or is it?
That's a revamping of the water lines in Casa Court over there with the community of Bishop.
They get the water from Bishop.
So they have older lines that keep splitting down the middle. They were.
Your mic's not on or something.
Yeah, speak into the microphone.
I don't think it's working.
There you go.
There we go. So there are older mics, there are older pipes lines that are within the ground that we're replacing for the city. It's for Colonias, for this area.
No, it's outside the city limits.
So yes, sir. It's in
Okay.
Casa Courts. It's in the county.
That's why it just threw me off. It said city, didn't say,
Of
City of
Bishop,
Bishop, so.
yes.
For water lines that we're going to be working on.
Yes.
They
Because
provide water.
I'm all for cooperation, and so I just wanted clarification, because that could open up.
Well, that's why I asked why it was, that's why I asked if it was a
That's,
grant. Yeah, that's why I said, I asked if it was a grant.
It's a
Yes.
grant. They're going to
And the
maintain the
interlocal
lines. They're going to do
agreement
everything else.
is done.
Yeah,
so
I agree. I know where you're
with
going.
that.
We have to have all those in place, and it's good.
If it's
Yes.
grant money and it's not, yeah, that's why I asked
And
you.
it was voted before to submit it for that
Right,
purpose, so.
right, right.
And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 8, this discuss and consider approving and adopting a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife for the grant program designating certain officials, certifying county eligibility. This is where I have the question, the 50% matching share. And I believe this is yours for the Sensory Park, Commissioner Motez. I'll make the motion to approve for discussion. Do we have a
Yeah, second. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. That's the only thing my question is about, where is the 50% match coming from? Because we
How
don't
much?
normally approve or go for grants with 50% match.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one to swallow. I feel that there's, with the ribbon cutting that we did in March, there was a lot of excitement. A lot of people participated, and I appreciate y'all's willingness to be there. I think that there are groups in place that would be willing to support outside funds, help kind of like as a donation to the county to be able to help match some of that. And I'm looking at using some of my funding to help cover some of that. But
You know what the
number
amount
has
would
not-
be?
The number has not been revealed. The total amount, I think, would be up to $350,000.
Of the,
That would not be the total county buy-in. That's the total amounts. So if we're trying to get 350, it would be half of that. And so it would be a buy-in from the community and then a smaller portion from the county.
175, that's a lot to dedicate, and if we,
And it's not, that's not the full amount that
I can- if I
that
can-
I would finance.
Right.
Right, that we would not fund that from all of my precinct funds.
But do we, I'm just saying, Commissioner, I think, do we have designated certain buy-ins already, or what?
Well, we already have money that we have, allocated for this project, and so we need to use that, and I think that there are others in the community that are ready to step up once they see that this funding has been spent, so that's
Well, I
where
mean-
we're at. We got to spend what we have already allocated to the project.
We have if I might add, we have a public hearing tomorrow that this is going to be discussed as well. It's going to be at 2:00 at the library.
Can we
So
table this?
essentially, this is a Parks and Wildlife grant. We
Pull your mic up again.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got a hoarse voice.
Yeah, I can, or maybe it's me.
So tomorrow at 2:00 at the library, we're going to have Grant Works there, and we're going to do a public hearing. And this is where we're going to determine a lot of the things that we're going to be using for the grant.
Oh, wait. So time out. How do you bring GrantWorks in? Have we approved this before? I'm confused. How do you bring GrantWorks in?
It was in the work authorization that Scott had brought to court.
Okay, so the public hearing is for
Applying
something
for
that's
this
been
grant.
approved with a work order by the court?
Yes, sir.
Or what?
To apply for this grant.
We've already voted to apply for a grant that has a 50% match. My biggest concern with this is we tell everyone else no cash match, or we're opening a window.
We have Grant Works to develop grants. We brought that up at the last court, that we're developing these grants. This was along with the other grant that we were developing, which was the Gomesa, that we were having Grant Works work with us on those grants.
Not this
But
one.
we
though.
haven't come to court and voted to approve going after a 50% match grant yet.
No,
Yes, okay.
that's today.
But wait. So how is there a hearing set on this and we haven't voted on it?
It's the requirements of the grant. So,
But we haven't voted on it.
The public hearing, I think.
But we haven't voted on it. How
no,
do we have-
I agree, but it's something that we need to do prior to. I mean, if you all say no today, then we don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
This grant expiration is at the end of July.
August the 3rd.
In August. So we have to push the time frame to see if we're eligible, right? This is not a commitment. This is just.
This is.
No. This is not committing any money to any project right now. This is just saying that we're willing to apply. This is not we're committing money and then that money goes away. This is just that we're exploring this as an option.
But we've really taken strides over the last several years to not do grants like this. So I'm confused about a grant for 50% match with a group that might step up, which quite frankly, don't even get me started on that, because if you're talking about the group that showed up and took all the credit for the phase 1 of the Century Park who did absolutely nothing, then that's not the group I want to talk about. So and that was your project, Commissioner Mottas, and I've had this conversation privately, and I'm offended by that you didn't get the credit for it, and a group that had nothing to do with it got credit for it. So now we're having a public hearing on a grant that we haven't even voted on. I don't understand how we got here. Like I'm not comfortable, because once you apply for a grant, we're saying we're in. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if we apply for a grant, we're not going to say no later. We're either saying we're in on match grants or we're not in on match grants. I mean, as I've told you, I'd rather look at ways to fund that Century Park on our own, because I think it's a great dadgum project, and I'd be willing. It's not even my precinct. I'd be willing to help you find funds to help fund it, to not have to work with a local group who might step up and go get a 50% grant, because once we open that window of 50% grants, then we're going to have everybody else coming in wanting them too. So I love that project, and I've told you I'll help you with it. And it's not even in my precinct, but I'm really concerned about opening the door on matching grants with the hope that some group's going to step up. So I don't know. And the fact that y'all have already scheduled a public hearing on a grant we haven't voted on is really.
Well, like I said, it was a matter of timing. We needed this to be able to be timed right, so that, assuming that we got the permission today, we will hold the hearing tomorrow.
We can all do it.
I mean, we can always say no.
But
You can apply, and if we don't have the matching funds, we can say, well, we're
That
sorry.
was my hope, was that because the deadline's coming up, I'd like to get everything in place. I'm going through all the work, Edward's helping us, and if we're able to work formally with GrantWorks on this, to be able to see, can we make this happen? And if, in the end, it's going to come before us. And I agree. I mean, that's definitely a decision that, as far as our policy that this current court has on what level of funding, grant funding, are we comfortable with. But I'm willing to put in the effort and the work to see, does this match? It's just, we're up against, August will be here literally within a month, right? And so I want to make sure that we get everything in place so we can see, is this feasible? And we'll come back and we'll show you the numbers, and then you'll tell us what is comfortable and what's not. And if it's not, then it's not. Then we've put some time into working on this. But other than that, I don't see it hurting the court to give approval today and just allow us to take the steps forward. And then we'll be able to give you a final product with all the details, everything that you want answered, and then you can weigh it yes or no then.
And I appreciate that, but I think we're going to do this we're going to have to let everybody else do this too. And we've said no to everything else that's come across with a matching grant on it. For the last 3 or 4 years, we've told every department head, we've told every elected official, don't bring us stuff that matching grants. I support this project 100%. I will give you money from my precinct to help you with this. I cannot support a matching grant for 50% because we've told everybody else that's come to us no. But I will give you money for that project. I believe in it so strongly. I will use COs that have designated for Precinct 4 because I put my money where my mouth is. But I don't think we're setting the right precedent by doing this. I
think you're right, Commissioner, and I'm supportive too, Commissioner. I mean, it's always been a good project. I was never happy with the way the partners we had last time, and hopefully not the same point. I just at one point, and we go back. I don't want to go back. Think about what happened and why we are here, where we are today. But I think that we need to be careful of. I think is it within? Man, it's great. I think we can do it. So I'll support you. But
if I may add, it's an opportunity to also leverage work that we're going to be doing anyway. So there's an opportunity to use force account labor. So if we're going to fence in the property anyway, then why don't we get the value for that fence work that we're going to do?
There's another grant that we approved that you could use, like the property that we own, as the match. But this is not saying this. This is saying a cash match to whatever you're going to get. So if that is the situation where you can utilize a fence or the property or things, that's a different grant than asking for a 50% match share. Means 50% of whatever money they give us, we have to come up with. So I don't know if GrantWorks is doing this or if they are the ones that found this and saw. I mean, it's
the Texas Parks and we already have applied and been successful with 3 for 3 of these projects: Ortiz Park, Hilltop Community Center, the skate park over there, and then the big Banquetti Park, which is the baseball complex. So those were all $1 million projects that the county applied for, and we received.
Yeah,
that came to court for approval that the county applied for, didn't
Boat
it?
ramp we put in at Hazel
ramp, yes,
Bazemore
sir.
was paid for by Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Are all of theirs 50% match then? Is that what they are? Yeah.
It's historically been 50%.
Is that in kind as well, or is that all? Well, that's what this doesn't say on here. Is what got me was a 50% cash, and I had assumed, and I think I talked to you, Priscilla, before court when I was asking, and we've missed each other in the halls, or I would have asked you before this too. I thought it was kind of like the airport deal, or you were going to use your personal funds to guarantee the match or something.
Yeah, no, obviously a previous conversation with Juan, there's priorities.
Yes.
And I've expressed that to the interested groups who are wanting to partner with us, is that, yes, I'd love to expand our footprint that we have, but roads, drainage, those are the priorities that are coming first to me. And so I haven't committed to an amount. Like I said, I'd like to be able to pursue this along with Edward's help, to be able to pursue this to see, is it feasible or not. And I get it. Once we get to that point, it may be hard to turn down. But I'm willing to let the court decide whether or not, or are there other ways that we can help finance this. that's why we don't have a specific dollar amount right now. We're just willing to commit to what the wording is for the grant, and then do our due diligence to see what would a project look like at a couple $100,000. What would that get us? And it's, you know, it's a lot of other issues other than just building up a Century Park there. There's a lot more to enhance the footprint there at Keach Library. So it's not just more equipment. And so that's another part of this whole project that we've been talking about, is we've even talked about wetlands and other parts that we can add and enhance. So we met with Edward, we've met with Scott on this, and
I've met with our legislative delegation as well about this, and I think there's great funding that they've done in the past, and we missed it last time. They understand. They said these were a big deal last session, and I think we can get funding from them for this project that won't be a cash match, won't cost us anything. And I know we had everybody together over there at Senator Hinojosa's office and stuff, so I do believe this is a good project, and it's going to continue to grow and be a better.
Could I offer a motion to amend this language so we can move on while we're still young?
That would be good, please.
And I would like to just add an amendment to this language on this item to say that the 50, to move forward with this, and that the 50% match required by the county will be determined at a future meeting based on whether or not the county can afford it.
Well, I don't think you can do that.
Something along those lines.
You're going to commit to it.
If I can get a second for that, then we'll vote. Or do you want to leave it like it is?
we can do that, Nicole?
I don't even know what to say that again. What was it?
Can we add that stipulation in there?
I don't think so. I believe
I think
there's
it's-
part in the grant that the applicant hereby certifies that the matching share for this application is readily available.
I can't hear you, Nicole.
She's basically saying if you do this, we're saying the money's available now, and you're
Committing to
committed.
it.
That's the problem.
Yes.
You can't, when you,
I just added language to change that.
but that's,
In the grant, if you apply for the grant, though, you have to sign, and
That's
it
it.
says that you're committed to paying it.
But all he's doing, if I understand it right, is going through the process to see if we're eligible to apply for the grant.
no. We're applying for the grant. That's what this is. This is applying for a grant, and we're committing to the funds and saying we have the funds available if we apply.
So can we, could
Yeah,
we,
but
could I
we
propose?
still don't have to accept it. I mean, we can say when we come, even if they approve giving us the grant, you know, I have a real problem with us saying we're not going to look at any of these grants because they require a match. I mean, we just sat here and said a while ago, we need to go find all the grants we can to help with drainage. But we also are going to have an agenda item here in a minute that says we've got a $9 million budget for matching grants. So why, I
That's
don't
a cash
understand why
flow
we're
thing, not a
getting-
budget, yes.
This to me just doesn't make sense.
So
I'm sorry.
We meet 3 times this month. Can we bring this back in 2 weeks and
Put
work
together
out more?
Yes.
Project
Okay.
proposal and then come back.
And we can
Much
table
better.
this, and then
Yeah.
we'll bring it back in the next meeting.
Is that your motion to bring it back, table and bring back at the next meeting?
Yes.
Could we have a motion to go through the process so that we can,
We're going to table the item and bring it back at the next meeting.
Or do you want to take it in executive session and review all the stuff that she's got on the paperwork and the legal? I don't care. Either way's fine. I mean, I've always heard if you apply, you.
I think tabling is fine. I second that motion.
What'd
We
you
have
say?
a motion and a second to table the item and bring it back at the next meeting. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
one other thing in regards to the IRT, they will be coming in next week, so our teams will be meeting with the advanced teams to start setting up for the 13th, 14th for the event.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9, discuss and consider, I would make the motion to pass item
Second.
number 9 and 10, both. They are budget items that
Or he seconded. Sorry.
Commissioner Modas did. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 11, discuss, consider, and take action approving execution.
Did we skip 10?
I did 9 and 10 together.
Oh, you did? Oh,
They're
I'm
the
sorry.
same thing. They're budget items that through no fault of their own, whoever the department is, had a shortage that didn't get turned in correctly. Item number 11, discuss, consider, and take action approving execution of job order number NCP-029 and the amount of $65,242.99 allocated by Precinct 2 RTA funds. This is the what we turn into the RTA on our. I'll second your motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item 12, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates and workshops. I would like to state and remind everyone, the State of the County event has been moved to October 1. Please mark your calendars. I believe the Chamber is going to be sending out notices as well on social media. We'll have it, but the State of the County is now October 1, still at the fairgrounds. Item B1, discuss, consider, and take action authorizing and approving a quote from GT Distributors for the purchase of tactical protective equipment for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. We have
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item C1, Coastal Parks, discuss, consider approval of a dune protection permit and exemption request for the construction of the comprehensive dune previously permitted as part of the single-family residence at Port Aransas, Texas, and all related matters. I make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item D1, discuss, consider.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second on Public Works material. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We have done E1. Going to F1.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. This is on the procurement for alcohol-controlled substances and specimen testing. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And the auditor's office, Auditor G1, receive a presentation, and I believe they were put on everyone's desk, the presentation from our outside auditor's report, I guess. Yes.
I never got one.
It's on it's that black notebook that's on your desk
Oh,
or
that.
in your chair. Yes. Everyone got a copy of it?
My
Yes.
desk, I thought you meant the one.
Sorry. On your chair, or maybe I said desk.
Judge, before he starts, is it okay? I'd like to take G2 into exec, just to let everybody know that for legal questions.
Yes, I already put you down because you asked to
Thank you, ma'am.
executive. Yes, thank you. Okay, you're up. Thank you. Good to see you again.
You okay?
We can't hear you. May speak
It's
into.
kinda hard to
There,
get the-
a little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to lean forward like this.
He's on one or what? Where we at?
This on one, yes.
Help.
And just like you did at the COG, let's condense it down. That's good.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my name's John Manning, and I'm here to present the 2025 annual financial report, comprehensive annual financial report for Nueces County. Just going to go over some of the highlights. This is the one that was in your packets. We just thought it might be easier to print it out so I could flip through some of the pages where you guys could go over some of the highlights with me. So I'm going to be going with page numbers. If you're looking on the computer, I'm going on physical page numbers that are in your binder.
Perfect.
So page one, this is really the reason why we were here. This is our independent auditor's report. What it states is that the numbers behind this report accurately state the financial position of the county as of September 30th, 2025. It's an unmodified opinion, meaning we did not have to modify our opinion for departures from GAAP that the county had, like if you're not keeping up with capital assets or your records or internal controls are so poor that we can't rely on those. So we didn't have to modify our opinion, which that's the highest level of assurance that we can offer is the unmodified opinion. So although we do work with the county auditor a lot on this, the controls that go into having an unmodified opinion are countywide. I mean, you have a lot of controls in place. If people don't follow them, they don't work. So there are a lot of departments that went into having that. So that's the good news. If you want to look at page 6, I've also just got some highlights here. If you look over on page 6 and 7, this is the only place anymore that has comparative financial totals. So you can kind of look at what happened this year versus last year. And the good thing is assets increased by about $10 million, $9.7 million there, if you look in that table from 25 to 24. The other thing that's nice is your liabilities went down by about $47 million. A lot of that was about 18 or 19 million of regularly scheduled debt payments. The other thing was another use of, I think, 25 million of ARPA funds in FY25. Those are a liability until you spend them. Y'all spent those. That went down. And there were a couple of things that I'll go over in a minute, but both of those things look really good on the county's financials. So that's kind of the county-wide statements. If you look over on page 16 and 17, it's kind of laid out where you have to look at 17 by itself, but those are really supposed to be laying across from each other. When you look at page 16 and 17, this is your balance sheet. So this is a summary or a summary of your assets, liabilities, and ending equity as of September 30th, 2025. So this is a snapshot. It's one day. So when you go over there and look at your totals on page 17, you can see you have a little over $177 million of assets. The good thing is when we do our audit, we look at risk, like what could go wrong. And let's look at those areas a lot more than some of the other areas where they have less risk. When you look at your top two lines, which are cash equivalents, investments, that's like almost $150 million just in those two numbers. We send confirmations to the outside parties to verify that those funds are there. So we don't even, county auditor gives us the bank recs and we look at those, but we also get third-party confirmation sent to us directly, not through the county, that says, yes, those funds are here. So when you look at that huge number, the risk of that number being wrong is very low, okay. which is really good. The other item, another big item there is about $6.4 million. That's your unpaid property taxes. Those are in the computer system for the tax assessor collector. They run a report, hand it to us, and said, our records show that as of the end of the year, this is what's still outstanding, very low risk. We're also able to tie in the revenue numbers on those as well. So again, not a lot of risk there in the asset side. Same thing with your liabilities here. You can see your biggest liability is accounts payable. We look at checks that are written after year end that are over a certain dollar amount and look at the invoicing on those checks. And if it applies to fiscal year 25, we make sure it's recorded as a liability. So again, very little risk there with that number being wrong. So on your balance sheet, very straightforward, not a lot of lines. When you hear the horror stories of audits, they're really in more complex organizations where you can have assets and liabilities that are harder to value and you can miss those valuations and then change the financial statements a lot. We don't have a lot of that here. So if you look at page 19 and 20, this is your income statement or 12-month flow of revenues and expenditures for the county for FY25. And again, you can see that there was about $247 million of revenues that were brought in, and $118 million of that was property taxes, which we tested through the tax assessor collector software and applied those reports to the GL and made sure those reconciled, which is a huge part of this. The other part, if you look at your charges for services, there's about $58 million with the U.S. Marshals contract. We get a direct confirmation from that department where they verify exactly how much they sent you as far as revenues and any receivables that were for unpaid amounts that were after year end. So that's another number that we got completely verified by a third party. And another $25.4 million is your grant funding, which we walk forward all the grants with the auditor's office, making sure that we look at what was brought in, what was spent, and making sure those numbers were recorded properly too. So again, big numbers, but not a lot of risk as far as having to, do a lot of things to make sure that those numbers are correct. We have very simple tests that can make sure that those work. Same thing with your expenditures. The bulk of your expenditures obviously are payroll. We do a very thorough payroll test to look, it's hard to look at thousands of employees and look at every single paycheck, but we do testing to make sure that those numbers that are in there look reasonable. We look at it versus budget. And so The other ones that we can tie in very easily are capital outlay, which was about $41 million, which is your capital projects that you guys have been doing variously, different projects throughout the county. And also the principal and interest on your debt payments. We've confirmed those with third parties as well. So again, very easy to value. Ending fund balance in the general fund is always one of the things that we like to look at. It was about $43.6 million, which is about 4.5 months of expenditures. GFOA is a minimum of 3.5 months, so you guys are in excess of that. You're pretty much in the sweet spot of not having so much where people are saying, hey, you know, you brought in tax money, it's just sitting here, what are you doing with it? You know, they don't understand that that fund balance number is one day. And at times that number's a lot lower than that as different revenue streams come in at different times, but your expenses pretty much stay the same throughout the year. So again, nothing on the financial statements look like they're trending in a bad direction or into a point where, you know, we feel that you guys need to be alerted to anything. One thing that I'd like to point out that has really nothing to do with county management, but it was good news, is if you look on page 69, one of your biggest liabilities you have absolutely zero control over is your pension liability, which is if you're an employee with the county, you have to be in the retirement plan. It's the only thing you can be in. You don't really have a choice. And 10 years ago, 12 years ago, they started making us incorporate this number into the financial statement. So again, the only way that this number impacts you on a day-to-day basis is when TCDRS says, okay, Nueces County, your rate is this, and you pay it, and the employee pays it. This is just trying to estimate, saying, okay, we have all these people that are in the plan. Can we put an estimate on how much your assets that they're holding are valued at and what the liability is? So last year, that number, if you look on page 69, that was a liability of $9.3 million. Predominantly because of the performance of the market in FY or in calendar year 24. We're always a year behind on this. That number has now flipped to a pension asset, meaning that at 12/31/2024, you had more in reserve than what they showed as the liability. But that's pretty much, if you look at how this thing has went up and down, it's predominantly how the assets there at TCDRS perform. So you can see in 2022, that liability was $27 million. Yeah. So you're talking about in 2 years, that's a $34 million swing, which when you're looking, you know, it's like, oh, we don't have any control over it, which is true. But every time that number goes up and down, that has to be reflected in the financial statement. So if people are looking, going, man, your debt numbers look really high. Well, 1 year that may be because that number doubled, again, which has nothing to do with you guys. But I just wanted to point out that for this year, that number decreased and is actually an asset for the county. The other thing that y'all spend a lot of time on is the budget. And if you look at page 62, again, y'all stayed under budget for expenditures and brought more money in than you budgeted for revenues, which is great. We see a lot of counties that say, okay, I want to spend this and start with that number, and then they just try to make the revenue work. Their fund balance doesn't look like y'all's because that doesn't always happen that way. The other thing that we take a lot of time in looking at is your grants, which are all the way towards the back, and we've got some more good news there. Y'all spent about $25 million of federal grant funds this year.
What page did you say? I'm sorry.
What page is the grants?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking on page 140.
140.
That's the total page where you see the summation at the end of all the federal grants that you guys spent. The majority of this, obviously, is the ARPA funding.
Yes.
But y'all spent $25 million of grant funds. And we tested, if you look at page 143, this year we had to test your highway planning and construction grant, which is about $1.4 million. It was a major program that we hadn't tested in the last 2 years, so we had to test it, and then obviously the ARPA funds. And we did not have any findings or internal control weaknesses with the expenditure of those funds that we tested. Again, we sample those, but the transactions that we looked at were spent appropriately. The reporting was being done timely, and we did not have any issues. And if you'll remember, if we go towards a little bit further back on pages 144 and 145, last year we had 2 findings because the timeliness of getting us the information, and then not being able to do the grant work yourself. Both of those items have been corrected, and we have to report on findings that were from the previous year and update the users of the financials on where they at this year. So if people are looking at this, they can see that both of these things were corrected. So, you know, every entity that we've audited has had a finding at some point, whether that be internally or through federal funding. And so we were glad to be a part of the solution. I mean, you know, we have to point it out if we find it, but we don't just go, hey, y'all did this wrong, y'all have problems. We try to help the county figure out ways to make sure that those things don't happen again. And with that, we just really need to take some time and thank Elias and his team. That's who we work with predominantly. Everybody throughout the county that we did fraud interviews with or went out and did checks on were super supportive. And Elias and his team really stepped up. You know, new system still to everybody, the accounting software. We've worked through that. We've made a lot of strides in getting this to you a lot earlier. A lot of that had to do with them. I think last year it was dated September 30th, and this year it's 6/30. And we're going to continue to try to push that forward, because I know you guys want to have a final audited set of financials. Really nice if you could have it before you get knee-deep in budget. But we are working towards that, and there were a lot. I see Ms. Sanchez up there. She helped last year a lot get this over the finish line, so I wanted to thank her too. But really, everybody that we dealt with was super helpful. And again, we're here 3 months earlier than we were, and we're going to be here earlier than July 1st next year as well. We're already, before we even had this meeting, we were talking to Elias about interim work and trying to do things to expedite and get the financials done quicker. So appreciate all the help.
Thank you. Yay.
And this is a very long document, and y'all have had a long meeting. I will talk about this. If there are specific parts of this y'all want to talk about, I'm more than happy to. I just kind of wanted to give you a high-level overview. But if you have questions, I'll be glad to entertain those, and appreciate y'all's time very much.
Anyone with any questions or comments? We want to say thank you, and your team has always been awesome about coming in and keeping me in the loop, and when there's an issue where we can work. But we are very pleased with Elias and his direction in that auditor's office and the communication back and forth with us as well. So
agree. And with last year, we just wanted to make sure that we kept you guys in the loop. I think last year we were being told that everybody was on the same page, and that wasn't the case. And
we had no idea that you weren't getting the responses or anything.
We wanted to try and make sure that you guys were kept in the loop.
We're
here earlier.
Bring this back and take action on it at some future meeting, or do we not require?
I think it's just a report. We don't have any action on it.
I think a lot of times, Dave, some people vote to accept it.
Yeah.
But whatever. We just wanted to make sure that you guys had it with you and had somebody here to discuss it, and if you had questions, to be available.
The only comment I'd have is, did we just get this today at the meeting? I mean, I don't remember seeing this on before today.
It was in the packet attached, yes. But we had them print a copy because we assumed it would be a lot easier in the discussion for you all to take
that was in the packet. This is the same one that was in there.
Was it? Okay.
We just thought it would be easier to, because I don't have a computer to tell you what page to look at, so we just.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it very much. And I didn't catch you earlier. I'd have pulled you up. I'm so sorry you sat here all day. Yes. Thank you. Yes. All right.
I didn't know anyone.
The next item we're going to take into executive, and item number 3, this is discuss and consider the county's capacity to fund grant-related expenditures while awaiting grantor reimbursements. And Elias, I think this was that cash thing you were talking about, cash flow problem. Yes, the $9 million.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this came up at the last Commissioners Court meeting in May, and I think it's a simple question to ask, and it makes perfect sense how much capacity we have. I think, Judge, you and I talked about this when Mitmod hit my desk.
Yes.
And then it came up, I think, through Commissioner Chesney at that meeting. And good question, hard to answer. So I'm going to give you kind of a simple answer. The best way to do it is to look at the fund balance at a point in time and subtract out whatever we have to have in reserves, kind of keeping in mind any commitments to that money, which the reserves would be in this case, And whatever that difference is, there's your capacity to afford to cash flow. In other words, lay out money for grant-funded projects and then await the reimbursement. So just at a point in time, like what John was talking about, at a point in time being October the 1st, we have fund balance, what was it, 44 million. 44 million, take out 35 million for the reserves, and that leaves us 9. That's how much we can cash flow and rely on that throughout the year unless something devastating happens. During the fiscal year, as you all know, fund balance starts, then we collect property tax that goes way up, and then we spend for the rest of the fiscal year and draw down on that money, not knowing where we're going to end up. So I guess this is more of a discussion item because we thought about cash flowing the projects, but we couldn't come up with reliable timing on some of those expenditures, especially now that we've got MITMOD and this other stuff coming online. Those are very difficult to project. I met with some of the staff that are going to be in charge of those projects. They were saying, well, I don't know when. Yeah. We know the time frame it's going to happen within, but we don't know when in the time frame and how much per month and, all of that. So I said, well, then maybe we just have to do two things. We have to maybe pick October the 1st, whatever the fund balance is, minus the reserve. There's our cash flow amount that we have to stay within all fiscal. And the only way to monitor that is to constantly be updating the books. Like we have a cash flow model that seems to work pretty well. Monitor that, plus anything that is coming to you for approval before you approve it. That way we can alert you, or I can alert you, here's how much we're into that money, and here's what you're going to be approving today that's going to take us further into it. And then you can approve the agenda items for all the expenditures that are going to go out. That's the cleanest way I think we can do it. But here's a caveat on that. Because we're getting into MITMOD, because we have another, 500 million, I think, a Gomesa state grant.
5 million and then another 7 million. All of these are upfront and reimbursable grants. So you're talking now.
So I thought I would just ask the question on this. If we're doing all this, because we're already heading there with especially that MITMOD one, that's the one that keeps me up at night thinking about it. If we're already heading there, are you guys open to the idea of, okay, we're at our 9 million, now we're going to have to go into our reserves temporarily until that grant funding comes in? It seems low risk. Would you all be open to that?
I think we're going to have to be.
I think we have to, I don't think there's a choice.
I mean, I just think it's,
get the money.
I mean, we're already there. The good news about this is it's 100% reimbursable, right? All of the stuff we're
All
talking
of
about
those
here
are,
is 100% reimbursable.
It's just waiting to get the funds.
What we got used to, I think, or what I got used to, I won't say we, what I got used to was we had the ARPA money in our bank.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so we didn't,
Worry about
I stopped kind of thinking about it because we had $70 million that came in with ARPA, I think, right? 35 and 35 or what, or didn't we get
It was 71.
And so when we were doing all those projects, I just was kind of, okay, let's go. And then I started, and then when the MITMOD came and it's all we have to front it and it's a large amount, that's when I started getting a little, I don't know, panicky is not the right word, but at least thinking we needed to know what we're getting into, and we're getting into it. And if the court decides to make a business decision to go ahead and do it because we know it's 100% reimbursable, then okay, at least we do it with our eyes open. But I don't think we have a choice to be open to it because we've already done it. The question is, where do we max that open to it? Because we're already way into the we're over the 9 million with MITMOD, right? I mean,
we will be when all that gets going.
Right.
Not yet.
But right now, with the 31, the 5, and was it another 5, or was it, I thought it was 7 on the other Gomesa on the island? Is it 5? So 41, let's just say if they're both 5. Right now, we are moving forward with reimbursable grants at 41 million. So if they all happen at the same time, we're in a bind.
Right, and I think we have more other Gomesa money that we've already gotten committed because the grants on the new Gomesa is stuff that is new money that y'all are going on a different route, but we've already got other Gomesa money that we're committed to also. And what about GLO grants? What about those grants? Are those reimbursable, or do we get that money up front? Because we got millions of dollars of GLO grants that were.
Those are the CDBG funds, all right?
The GLO is
reimbursable. The only pre-funded one we really have is ARPA.
Right. So like
Everything else is
So
pretty much.
let me give you
new.
some figures of what I've
Where
got
we
right
go from
now.
here? Maybe that's what I was saying. Can we just stop until we figure all this out? Because I think we're so far into this already. I don't know where to go. Like,
I think it's, well, let me just point out a couple of things because I've done cash flow analysis before. Cash management is going to be key on this, and I'm afraid that falls on me. And that's fine because I've done it at all the places that I've been. Not all of them had this kind of fund balance, so we really had to watch it. So one thing that I'd like to point out is that, say the 31 million, let's just talk about MidMod. 31 million, it's not going to go out the door in one day. It's going to go out in chunks over a period of time. So we're only dipping and then coming back up, dipping, coming back up, that kind of thing. Over, I don't remember the time frame on that. I want to say that's a 1-year time horizon.
2 years.
well, we'd like to know what
years.
that time frame is too, because that's Commissioner Pusley was saying. We're all sitting here frustrated with that because we can't. All we're doing right now is spending money on grant works and environmental study and the stuff that doesn't get us anywhere.
Right.
That's
once
also why we have to make sure that our departments or our construction managers or whether it be Edward or whatever, those invoices have to come in and be processed in a timely. That's why I've been pushing that for 2 years, being worried about getting behind on
But
that.
once we pay, then we got to get them out quick for
Yes.
reimbursement, right?
Yeah, but say we dip and come back up a little bit, and through while we're in a dip, say something else happens, right? Like we did, sell some property. That's going to bring us back up.
Sure.
Right?
Then we
only
will
got one.
But then we can.
Oh, we've only got one more of those. We've only got.
But then it'll take. Then we got to go back and dip from that, right?
Sure. When I say dip, what I mean is we lay out money and then we're waiting for it to come back.
Right.
But keep in mind the timing of cash, the way it flows. So let's just say we're doing everything monthly and submitting for the reimbursements. So we spend a month and we dip into our money and we're waiting on that reimbursement. In the meantime, now we go into month number 2. We're paying out some more before month number 1's reimbursement comes in. So you have this in and out, in and out, in and out going on.
Because the way I see it now, we might be working on 3 projects at one time.
That's right.
Maybe 4.
Yes.
Yes, and there's a lot more than just
Absolutely.
MidMod.
Yes.
Because once they pop, once we finally get going, my 3 should all pop about the same time. Well, that's 7 million right there. Now, it's not going to all get paid right at once, but if Commissioner Pusley has one and Commissioner Modas has one and Commissioner Gonzalez and Judge Scott, I mean, all of a sudden we got 6 or 8 of those things popping. It could be $20 million that's sitting out there right, that we're waiting on. And I don't know how fast do they reimburse?
General Land Office, okay, my experience with grants, I don't know about General Land Office specifically. GrantWorks was telling me they're about 30 to 45 days.
Okay.
But I think it depends on what you're submitting. If you're just submitting straightforward desk review stuff, they can quickly bang that out and get you the money. If you're submitting construction, they actually have their engineers that have to go through page by page by page, and there's all that grant compliance stuff like the Davis-Bacon, for example. They have to go through and look at all of that. It takes time. But once they are done with it, and of course they're very experienced at looking at those things, once they're done with it, your money comes fast. Once they're done. And that's another variable we couldn't predict.
I think you're just going to have to give us a specific cash flow that shows us regularly where we are, and meaning, can you generate a report monthly that shows here's what's out, here's what's going out, and I know we're going to have to communicate with you on our projects, but I'm assuming you're in touch with, GrantWorks and can get that part of the cash flow, and if you give us a monthly deal, we can make a business decision on a grant and know, hey, we've got 20 million out right now, maybe we ought to hold, but maybe right now we've only got 10 million out and we ought to go. I don't know.
Sure. The cash flow, let me just make sure we got the definition right. If you're thinking about like a time horizon, a spreadsheet of 24 months, and here's that, we tried that, it's not going to work because nobody can really tell you the timing. It's misleading. But what I can do is give you a snapshot at a point in time, like I'm fixing to do right now. So we came into the year with the 43 million in fund balance. Take off the 35, we've got 9 million we can work within. So what's on the table right now in the way of cash that has gone out that we haven't yet gotten reimbursement for? I show 6 million. But when I dug in deeper, we've got a cost center, like a FEMA cost center. I've got them working on dissecting that cost center, tell me what's in it. It's been there for a long time. It's got like 2.5 million of money tied up in it, expenses that have gone out that they haven't been reimbursed by anybody. I understand Tatum is working on some of our grants and they're trying to close it. Don't have a handle on that. But I think what it was old Hurricane Harvey projects. I think some of it was the repair of, I don't remember, but there's a lot of projects wrapped up in there that were parked there in the past, going back to, say, 2017 forward, that I don't know that we're going to get grant money for that, because a lot of that Hurricane Harvey stuff and all that, that's been closed down.
Money too, don't worry.
Right, we're going to have to eat that. So say 6 million, but when you take that out of there, because that's like 2.5 million, we've got 3.5 million of money shelled out that we have to apply for the grant money to come back at regular intervals. We're also looking at the possibility of maybe moving as many of those grants to a monthly interval instead of a quarterly. I know that mid-mod, we can do it a lot faster, but these other projects, they're on set schedules for asking for reimbursement. We can probably move them, we're going to look at it, move a lot of those to monthly instead of quarterly. However, a lot of those are small dollar ones. You know, the bigger ones are the ones that we want to focus on. So Commissioner Chesney, to answer your question, I think what I need to do is give y'all some sort of snapshot like that, because it's the only reliable thing. Here's how far in we are, and what you're fixing to approve is this far deeper, so that you know when we're going past that 9 million or 8 point whatever million, whatever that number is. Again, moving target during the year, but if we always use the October 1st balance, you will know before you approve payments how far into that we're going. And again, the risk is low on these grant-funded projects because so many people are working on these things, plus we have a grant compliance bunch in there. The risk is pretty low that what we say we're going to apply for is not going to be reimbursed by the grant. I think the risk is really low of that.
Unlike previously.
I don't know
Some
what
of
happened.
those, yeah, are the ones you're talking about that are
Oh,
sitting
the
there that
FEMA
we're not
ones?
going to, yeah. But with the people we have handling paperwork and documentation and compliance, we feel very confident that the ones we are doing, we will be reimbursed for.
I think so. The trick is to make sure that we don't spend on disallowable costs. That's the biggest thing. You know, like let's say, oh, you know, the grant will pay for it, and we stick it on there $1 million of expense, and the grant people say, we're not paying for this.
Yeah.
Now we've just eaten that 1 million. So it's all got to be done on the front end by whoever's managing those various projects. Make sure it's allowable before we spend it and before we commit to it. There's also another thing that I wanted to kind of bring up that's kind of tied to this, because the discussion earlier was about frustration about not being able to fund things. We do have capital projects money that's been sitting there for a while. You know, from the debt that we've issued, that whole thing that's tied to the arbitrage, the item that is going to executive session. Maybe some of these projects can be backed into those, or maybe we could take money from those to fund some of these drainage projects. And that would alleviate some of this grant stuff where we're shelling out the money when we already have cash in the capital projects funds. I asked Teresa about that earlier, and she says, yeah, once everything is cleaned up and we see what we have to deal with,
We see what
we
have
can
left
move
because
expenses.
There's been some question about some of those as well.
Mm-hmm.
So once we get them cleaned up, I absolutely agree. Until we get them cleaned up, I absolutely am concerned about spending any more money until we get good balances. Yes.
Yeah, well, we're working on it.
I know, and I appreciate that. Y'all are doing an excellent job. No pun intended there whatsoever, but I do think there's still some questions in those for sure. Yeah.
Well, I know we've got ARPA tied down, but a lot of that is questionable too. The past stuff, way back when.
Yes.
We hope, we hope it's all fine. But the capital projects are under review right now, and they're being reconciled. And then once we get that, then we have to stop with Teresa and get the projects all lined. And then hopefully some of these projects where a grant won't pay for it could be paid out of maybe some of these capital fund monies that came from bonds that we issued that are sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the project stopped.
We need to, yes.
Yeah, let's dig into that as much as we can, because that's money in the bank right now. Just like the arbitrage money, all that investment earnings that we made, it's in the bank. Now we just have to give the IRS their cut.
I always
We
said
have
there's
that.
got to be some interest somewhere in the bank.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
In the
we're making
bank.
interest. We invested on everything.
We never saw that, but, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions for him? Otherwise, we will
The
move
only thing I
on.
have to say, just don't take from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah.
And don't let us know Peter's short. You
Yeah.
gotta let us know.
Yeah.
All right? Let us know.
No, the good thing is this is Andrew. Separate from all of them, wants his own money.
Let us know.
But we can give you a report, Commissioner Chesney, every month and tell you where we are on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to item H, the budget office. H1, except for records purpose, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Motion to approve items 2 and 3 on them.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items 2 and 3. And any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. I think we're ready to go to executive.
Your Honor, I'd like to just make a comment about the last two items we voted on, the budget amendments.
Yes.
I know in the past, and I know the reason why y'all have been bringing them forward and going through them, but at some point, I think if our confidence level in our current staff gets to the point that budget change orders could be included in on our consent agenda.
I agree. Yes, we can put those in there. Yes.
So moved, if that needs to be a motion.
Yeah, okay.
Just a suggestion.
We will do that for next court. Thank you very much. Yes.
Change orders.
Okay, are we ready for executive? Executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, 551.089. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in that executive session. Today, item A, consult with the county attorney regarding all matters related to Callum Marine and related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to the May 26, 2026 claim of Zion Amada and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular if necessary. Item C, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to the May 28, 2026 claim of Jasper Howe and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in a regular session if needed. Item D, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to cause number 2024 CCV 060001-3, Nueces County versus Jones Family Trust and all related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to 221 CV 00235 Margaret Mary Smith versus Nueces County, Texas, et al. In the Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi Division. Discuss settlement offer and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. And item G2, discuss, consider, and take action approving payment of the yield reduction payment for positive arbitrage in the amount of $3,273,813.09 to the United States Treasury and authorizing the county judge to execute the IRS Form 8038-T and all related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. And it is 12:47, and we are going to executive.
Connie, are you magically there? Look at that. Poof.
There you go.
Speaker's not on. Hello, thank you. Now we're on. It is 2:04 and we are back from executive session. Executive item A, Commissioner Chesney, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, ma'am. The motion is to approve change order number 5 as proposed, which continues to keep Bob Hall Pier in budget and direct the county judge to sign and execute it upon necessary signatures and reviewed by legal.
Is that the IRS?
No.
No, that's the Bob Hall
Callan-
Pier,
Bob Hall
Callan Marine.
Oh, okay.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item C, Commissioner Pusley, I believe you have a motion for that one.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve payment of $4,840 for the May 28th, 2026 claim of Jasper Howe, contingent on signing of all necessary waivers and releases.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And item E, I believe we have a motion on that one.
Yes, Your
yes.
Honor, I would like to make a motion to approve settlement in 2.21-CV-00235, Margaret Mary Smith versus Nueces County, Texas, for $200,000 and allow the county judge to sign all necessary documentation related to the settlement contingent on all necessary releases being signed by plaintiff. Direct Treasury and auditor to take all necessary steps to effectuate payment in an expedited manner.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item G2 from the auditors group, I make the motion to table and bring back to our July 15th, sorry, I said August, July 15th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Do we have any adjournments in memory today?
I have one. Commissioner.
If you're ready, go ahead, Commissioner, whoever is ready first.
Obituary of Ignacio C. Filan. Ignacio C. Filan passed away on June 13, 2026. Ignacio was born on September 25, 1947, in Portland, Texas, to Manuel and Andrea Filan. He went on to graduate from Gregory Portland High School. Ignacio married the love of his life, Mercedes Gomez Filan, on June 11, 1965, and recently celebrated their 61st wedding anniversary. Together, Ignacio and Mercedes built a family of 4 daughters: Patricia Leonard Rivera, Carol Filan, Joanne Eduardo Maluquin, and Cynthia Daniel Escamilla. Ignacio was the proudest and most loving grandfather to his 10 grandchildren, along with 4 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by his sisters, Esmeralda Pablo Zambrano and Angelina Garza, and his brother Richard Filan. Ignacio's unwavering love and devotion to his family was evident in all aspects of his life, having great affection of his nieces, nephews, cousins, extended family, and friends. Ignacio is united with his parents, Manuel Filan Sr. and Andrea Filan, brothers John Filan and Manuel Filan Jr., and sister-in-law Janie Filan. Being a man of great faith and generosity, Ignacio had a strong devotion to the Adoration Chapel of the Knights of Columbus at Our Lady of Mount Carmel Catholic Church in Portland, Texas. In his free time, Ignacio enjoyed riding his bike, watching football, making barbecue for family gatherings, and taking family trips. He also treasured walking along Sunset Lake with his wife, Mercedes, and furry friend, Mr. Peanut. Above all, Ignacio loved spending time with his cherished family. Always a hard worker, Ignacio enjoyed 31 years working at DuPont in Ingleside, Texas. He eventually retired to help care for his twin granddaughters during his time at DuPont. He met good people who would later become his lifelong friends. Ignacio's daughters always enjoyed hearing stories that their beloved father shared with them about his adventures at the plant. Ignacio makes sure to set an example to his daughters to always be grateful.
Ready?
Working for such companies as Exxon, TXO, and Enron, and Murphy. He also was a member of the American Association of Petroleum Landmen. He became very successful late in his career and then retired to his ranch near Alice, Texas. Joe was not a traveler, but was just happy and content being in his ranch with his 2 dogs, 2 cats, and his exotic animals, and was always more than willing to show anyone around the ranch as he loved visitors, especially friends and family. His 7 grandchildren became a large part of his life after his retirement, whether it be their scholastic or athletic endeavors, which he was always eager to attend, be it basketball, baseball, or soccer games, and then at times caddying for his young grandson when he became interested in golf. He was so proud of his 7 grandchildren and was sure, along with his own children, that he had left his legacy, which was so important to him. Joe himself was an excellent athlete, excelling in golf, softball, and racquetball, while being a years-long member of the downtown YMCA, where he honed his racquetball skills. He was also past president and club champion of River Hills Country Club. Joe's community involvement were always within the Cal Allen area, where he coached Little League Baseball, and was delighted to see some of his players advance and become good high school players, and made sure that everyone knew that he once coached that kid, as he would say. During his retirement, he devoted many hours as a board member of the Driscoll Children's Hospital, as well as his generosity and service to Ronald McDonald House. Our condolences to the DeBellis family on the loss of Joe DeBellis. Second one is Richard Dick Eugene Myers, passed away peacefully at his home, attended by his loving wife, Glenda Whitman Myers. Dick was born in French Camp, Mississippi. He was raised in Monte Vista, Mississippi. In 1961, at 17 years old, and after graduating from Euphora High School, Dick enlisted in the United States Army. He faithfully has served his country for over 29 years and enlisted in commission status from recruit through staff sergeant to colonel. He served in command and staff positions in the fields of administration, personnel management, intelligence and security, counterintelligence, and electronic warfare. He was awarded multiple military decorations and service awards, including the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star, Air Medal, Defense Meritorious Service Medal, the Army Meritorious Service Medal, Joint Service Commendation Medal, Army Commendation Medal, et al. After retiring from the Army, he served for 13 years as Executive Director and President of the Coastal Bend Business Roundtable. In 1997, he became licensed as a real estate salesperson, but it wasn't until 2004 that he dove into real estate full-time. Dick and his cherished wife, Glenda, ran Whitmire Coastal Bend Properties in Portland, Texas until 2023. He remained active with the VFW and Rotary Club until his passing. Our condolences to the Myers family on the passing of Dick Myers. I have an employee whose husband passed away just yesterday, Mr. Vickers, and I don't have that obituary. I'll read that at our last meeting, but I want to add the Vickers family to my list of condolences on behalf of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, then our sincerest condolences go out to the Pilon, the DeBellis, the Myers, and then the Vickers families, for sure. There being no further business, it is 2:12. This meeting is adjourned. 2:40.